at the end of time.
O'clock.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Here we are back once again for our Wednesday night show. Can we see? Okay, we can still see Dennis. Your arm was in the way. Because I know that because Tom was vacuuming in here today and like some stuff got disordered. So, you know what I mean? Because he kept running it itself.
Yeah, as long as we can see him, we know the camera's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. So yeah, tonight we are doing another classic Hollywood show because you guys seem to like those. We've done several so far. We did one a couple weeks back about Betty Davis and Joan Crawford. That was a fun one.
Yeah,
and we did one about Mae West and Louise Brooks.
Yep, also popular.
And sadly, this is yet another case of a woman who, an immensely fucking talented woman, easily, and I'm not the only person that says this, one of the best entertainers of the 20th century, maybe of all time. And she got done pretty dirty, to be honest.
Yep.
But the thing about it is that I think the reason why people still remember her nowadays, why she's still such an icon, is that she had such a... I hesitate to use the word tragic, because I know that her kids have said that she would hate to be remembered like that, like as a tragic figure. But in spite of all the shit that happened to her, all the shit that she went through, she always came back. She always made a comeback. And sometimes, better than ever. So I don't know. So I think that's kind of why her story still resonates with a lot of people. And like I said, I didn't realize until I knew she died young, but until I started doing a deeper dive into her life and stuff, I didn't realize how young she died. She was only 47 when she died in 1969. I mean, she looked much older, obviously, because drugs and yo-yo dieting and various other things. She had hepatitis at some stage, which we'll get into.
In 69, 47 was old.
Yeah, and you could tell, because like I said, I'm significantly older than 47.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Jen's 53.
Yeah, and
I'm 57.
And she looked quite a bit.
Or am I 56?
Older. Wait a minute.
I might be 56.
Yeah, you turned 56 just
56.
now. I will be 53 next month.
All right.
At the end of next month.
Yeah.
So 6 weeks I'll be 53. But yeah,
and
so...
You can age well with modern diets
people
and
did
technology.
age a lot. Well, yeah, and like I said,
and habits.
She was another one, because remember we talked about this when we talked about Betty Davis, that, man, if you did not conform to their very, very rigid, narrow beauty standards, they just basically shit all over you. They shit on the beautiful ones, too. I'm not saying that. They kind of sucked to everybody. But poor Judy, I think her whole entire life, because she started out, in vaudeville as a child. She was like a toddler, because her family was in it. And so she was performing from, as long as she could remember. And as soon as she got into the movie business, when she was still quite young, it was, you're too fat, you're ugly duckling. I think Louis B. Mayer called her his little hunchback. Shit like that. So, and they would say it to her face, and they were always putting her on drugs and putting her on these super restrictive diets and
Who was that?
all this other kind of stuff. What?
Who was the hunchback?
Judy Garland.
They called her a hunchback?
A little hunchback, yeah.
That's funny.
Well, because she did have a slight spine curvature, but you wouldn't notice it. And the thing about Judy Garland, too, and another thing that I didn't realize, was she was a tiny, tiny person. She was only 4'11".
Yeah.
So I think that might have contributed some to, one, why she was given childlike roles, probably long after she should have been, because that was kind of the image that they had,
I think it had to do with
manufactured for her.
I
But also, I think that was why they were always kind of on her to lose weight, because it's if you're only 4'11",
you gain any weight,
if you gain 5 pounds, people are going to notice it. But the thing about it is that I saw many pictures of her from childhood all the way up to old age, and she was all over the place.
Yeah.
But I would never call her, the only time I would call her quote unquote fat, and this wasn't her fault, was when she was a bit older and she got hepatitis and she was filled with fluid. They had to drain all this fluid out. Yeah, she looked big then, but it's just kind of, but she was, her whole body was filled with fluid,
Yeah.
But prior to that, she just looked regular ass weight, and sometimes though she would get down to like really skinny. So there was that, and it's just, and I think that she struggled her whole entire life because honestly her mom kind of sucked, which we'll get into a little bit. And she was just under a microscope her whole entire life. She was a performer her whole entire life.
Yeah, people can shit on Hollywood. We shit on Hollywood now. I think Hollywood's going through a phase where it's collapsing. They're big budget movies nobody's seen. There are still cool American movies, but there's not as many big budget movies that are fucking blockbusters. And now it's all kind of like almost independent films, or they're really good because they're not under so much tight control. Probably get more into it later. But the old Hollywood, one thing I got to give them a hand in is that they knew how to get asses into seats. They were real strict. They just went with the way the humans were at the time. They thought a woman should look a certain way, and that kept being reinforced over and over again. And there is something to that. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's going on now with fucking that little Sweeney chick or whatever. I think she's kind of slope-eyed a little bit, but she is, traditionally, she would have gone over real well in the 1970s, especially she's, skinny, big boobs, and those are natural, and she's young, and that would have worked, but the long hair, she'd have been real. The 70s were almost too skinny. Some of them models that were in the 70s, like me and Jen came across a photograph of a Harley Davidson chopper program, and in front of it is a girl that is just fucking skinny as shit.
Yeah, it was a picture from the 70s.
And I showed it to Jen. She's like, God damn. And I said, but look at her face. I says, I bet you that chick's 14.
Yeah, I'm sure she was probably really young.
Because they did that back then, too. They would kind of trick you. They would take a 13 or 14-year-old girl and put makeup on her and dress her in a certain way. She had bell bottoms and belly showing and shit, and I bet you that's a 14-year-old girl. Because a kid can weigh 80 pounds.
Yeah, a kid could be that skinny. It's not weird, but...
Yeah, it's not that weird.
For an adult to be that skinny,
adult is a lot
that's
more
a little
different.
Strange. Some people do have that natural body style, but you don't see it much.
Now, in the East, China, Japan, Korea, they're still into that skinny just fucking skinny. That shit doesn't fly here in the U.S., you know what I mean? Those girls are too fucking skinny. They don't have any calves. Their legs are just sticks. There's no booty. It's just, you turn her sideways and she almost disappears. There's no ass. There's no titties. There's no curves on those girls. But the Eastern guys fucking love them. I think they're brainwashed to love it, though. And that's kind of the way Americans used to be, partially through Hollywood. But I also got to give the American man credit, even back in those days. If you showed a woman that had nice curves, they responded well to it. Mae West was a good...
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. It's like, it's funny that they had these real strictures about, because we discussed this a little bit on a couple of our previous shows. They had all these strictures about, well, this, like they said Betty Davis, she's all pop-eyed and funny looking, and Mae West, she's too fat, and all this other kind of stuff. But they were hugely, hugely successful. Yeah. So it just goes to show that they weren't really calling what audiences were responding to entirely.
There was something about it. For some reason, they thought the audience responded to thin, elegant women, which they do, but
I mean, that's good too.
That's good too, yeah.
But it's like, they don't all have to be like that.
Yeah.
There's lots of different kinds.
What about Marilyn Monroe? Marilyn Monroe, by today's standards, was fucking almost straight up and down. Go on Instagram and go look at those curvy chicks. They look fucking good. Like Bijou Mom. Bijou Mom would have never fucking been anything. She's just fucking all curves. It's not natural. But guys like that. And then, even back in the day, in the 60s and the late 60s, Russ Myers, he came out and he put busty, curvy women in there, and dudes ate it up. And they kind of made a joke out of it in a way. A lot of them were strippers, and he put them in movies, and porn stars, he put them in movies. But some of them were actresses that had a hard time getting a job because in the 60s, they wanted these fucking pretty skinny girls. You know what I mean? Those girls would they might be able to act really well. They go to a fucking audition and they'd see these fucking bombshell curves, big boobs. Oh, no, we're not having that. No. Too high, too sexual looking. That's the way she looks, though. That's natural. That's, it's not like she caused that to happen, if she could act and she looks good and guys responded, they should have put them into movies. Russ Myers put them into movies, did well. So the market was there. It's just that for some reason, Hollywood politics, they didn't cultivate it. I think they thought curvy women were crass and
well, they didn't want to take a chance
too
on it.
sexual.
They were afraid
Yeah.
that if they put somebody like that in a movie, like people would think it was trashy or like a B movie or something like that, and they wouldn't make any money on it or
Yeah.
something. Like I said, I get that they were very risk averse because, you know, there's millions of dollars on the line even back then. So it's like we want to go with something that we think everybody's going to like. But like I said, they weren't entirely successful in that regard either, because sometimes they would fuck up. Sometimes they would do a movie that on paper would sound like, oh, that's like checking all the boxes for what the audiences would like, and it didn't really do that well, you know what I mean? So it's like you can't predict.
Yeah, and that model got very, very stale. All right.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until the late 70s, early 80s when the new wave started coming out, and that's what me and Jen grew up with, and that was Steven Spielberg, fucking, you know, the new. They were trying to get away from these hokey old fucking Western movies and shit. It's gotten real fucking stale. But what's his name? George Lucas and fucking Spielberg. They kind of started off as fucking independent film directors, but they kind of revitalized their work. Kind of revitalized Hollywood, and it kind of redefined Americana on the screen. And they didn't quite play by the same rules that they're talking about here during Judy Garland's era. Thank God. But even then that goes stale. Everything has a half-life, you know.
And it wasn't just looks either. It was work. Like, I read that her and Andy Rooney, because they did a bunch of pictures together, because they were all, I think she was 15 and he was 17 when they started out. And so they were in a bunch of movies together, and they would make them work 72 hours straight and then give them sleeping pills, like, so they could sleep for a few hours, and then give them uppers to wake them up so they could do another 72 hours. And they did that every single, like, they didn't really get a day off. Yeah. So they were just, like, exhausted, like, all the time.
Yeah, in the 40s and 50s, the concept of drug addiction, that really wasn't there.
They were just, everybody's like popping pills like fucking crazy.
Yeah, if you took a drug and it made you feel good, made you do something, then that's good.
Okay, then that's all right.
That's good, yeah. They
didn't think there was going to be like long-term effects, I guess. Didn't really... And actually, like, Judy Garland, because, you know, obviously her drug addiction is like pretty common knowledge, but I think even her daughter, Lorna Luft, said that too. She's like, you know, back in those days, they didn't really understand the long-term impacts of doing that, like, over a long period, or they didn't care, I guess.
Well, studios didn't care. They were short term.
Care.
They weren't even.
They were just kind of like, look, we're just trying to get a movie done.
Yeah.
And honestly, I can't remember who it was, but I saw another woman that knew Judy Garland that had like acted around the same time. Because, you know, she was an older woman. It was on a documentary that was a few years old, and she said, and I'm not really sure how she intended this, but she said the studio didn't mean to addict her. They just wanted to get a movie finished.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, are you saying that's okay? Or are you saying that's kind of messed up? Or,
no.
Like, you couldn't really tell from the context, like, what she was...
It wasn't until the 60s, really, when everybody was really abusing drugs, especially young people, that they realized that drugs could be a problem. They didn't really think along that lines. You know? I mean, some people did, but...
I mean, they knew because they had to keep putting her in hospital and rehab and stuff like that because she kept fucking wearing out, you know? And like I said, look how fucking young she died.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think they understood addiction. And they didn't really understand. And they didn't really know. They didn't really understand what amphetamines could do to you over time.
Yeah.
They probably knew about laudanum and opium and shit like that. That you get hooked on that, you won't come back. And heroin. They knew about that.
But a lot of them were like, well, they're prescription drugs.
Yeah.
Like a doctor said it was okay, so they're just giving you uppers and downers and, you know, Benzedrine and shit like that.
And what they were probably giving her was methamphetamine. And methamphetamine's been around since the 30s.
I think they were.
It's probably what they gave her and turned her into a meth
uppers, downers, yeah.
Yeah, the basic upper has, since the 30s, has been a methamphetamine and different forms of methamphetamine. And that shit, it works. They even gave it to fucking fighter pilots and
Yeah, I was
fucking
gonna say.
military guys and soldiers.
And they weren't like,
But
it wasn't illegal, so it's
Yeah,
just kind
it
of
was
like,
good to
I've seen like movies set in the military like from that time, and they're just like, yep, we're on to Benzies or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like they didn't care that like it was okay.
during
Everybody took them.
during the Second World War on the Eastern Front, the Waffen SS fighting in the Battle of Stalingrad and fucking Kursk fucking operation, you know, they're the war against, you know, Operation Barbarossa, the war against Germany. Those fucking guys were all on meth. They were issued fucking methamphetamine.
Honestly, I don't understand how
They're
people
fighting hard in the snow. They didn't eat, and they just kept fighting. But it didn't matter, really. In warfare, it doesn't matter because none of those guys came back. They all got killed. So the risk wasn't addiction. The risk there was getting shot, and they pretty much all did get shot. They got wiped out, pretty much the last man. Well, towards the end, and they collapsed. But militaries did it. They called them pet pills. Fucking downed pilots, their survival packs that they'd get out of their ejection seats and shit. Had guns in it and fucking money and fucking things called pet pills. And little food bars. But the pet pills were meth. Keep you on the run because you're trying to run back to fucking friendly territory. You know? And they gave it to pilots on long missions to fucking fly so they wouldn't fall asleep at the stick.
Smugside says, in spite of the bad stuff that happened to her, I always thought she was an inspirational figure and a legendary actress. Me too. And that's the thing. It's like, and I think that's why she's still considered like that. Because to be honest, if you read about the shit that she went through her whole life, yes, I know she died at 47, but it's just kind of like, I'm amazed that she got all the shit done that she got done with all of that shit going on.
In those times.
I mean,
in those days.
That is fucking mind-blowing to me. That she was just like on all that stuff, up and down, like her weight's up and down, she's in and out of the hospital, they're giving her drugs, she's working 3 days straight at a time with no sleep, that she's barely eating, like, and they're doing this for years and years and years and years. Like I said, ever since she was a kid. Because she started out with her mom, kind of your classic stage mom, right? And her mom started giving her drugs when she was 10. Because like I said, it wasn't really a big deal, I guess, back then. They were just kind of like, oh, these will keep you skinny and like keep you awake so you can do more stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So her mom kind of started that. And then, you know, when she signed on to MGM, which was the first studio she signed on to, they started giving her shit as well. Now, I will say that a couple people have disputed the claim that the studios were giving her drugs, like Mickey Rooney for one. I'm not sure I buy it though. I mean, there more people on the other side saying like, yeah, they were paying for that shit, and there's like, you know, they wanted to get a movie done, like I said, and
Yeah.
they're giving you all the stuff. That's what you're supposed to take.
In general, fucking though, drugs were normalized until
big time.
until the 80s. You know, and that's because the repercussions of the fucking 60s, they were still hanging. But in the 60s, people knew that drugs might be bad for you, but they really didn't try to stop them that much.
Yeah.
They didn't really take them that seriously. There was also, like in the 1920s and the 1930s, they were trying to make it so you couldn't just hand morphine out to people.
Yeah.
Because it used to be just something you could just buy. And, you know, a lot of housewives would just take it. Because it, you know.
Mommy's little helpers.
Yeah.
That's what they called them back then.
They would take amphetamines too.
Yeah.
So they would take uppers to get up, and then to go to sleep, they'd give themselves fucking morphine.
I can't imagine. Like I said, I like to drink, but that's pretty much my only vice now.
And all your fucking famous gunfighters from the Old West period and cowboys and shit, they were all either cranked up on cocaine, they drank it in beer and wine and shit, or they added it into whiskey, or they'd fucking take morphine. You know, so a lot of the cowboys were junkies. A lot of the gunfighters were fucking coke addicts. So this shit goes way back. People
like
think
I said,
drugs
I'm
are
amazed that
thing.
people
No.
lived as long as they did.
As long as they did, under
like
what they were
considering
doing. Yeah.
all the shit that they did.
And all the brothel girls, oh man, they were on all those drugs and alcohol. They drank all day.
Because remember when we were talking, the show we did about Prohibition?
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, I think I don't think I drink a lot, but probably more than average. More than the average American, anyway. I'm not sure about Europe. I think they drink more on average than we do.
Yeah, quite a bit more.
But, yeah, quite a bit more.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's enough for me, though. Like, I don't really want to drink any more than that. But hearing about how people just drank back then, just like all fucking day long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was just kind of like, holy crap, I wouldn't be able to fucking function. I don't know how they did.
Brothel girls drank all day.
I don't know how you could do that.
And they would take cocaine, usually drink it, to stay awake because they were drinking so much alcohol. Yeah. And they didn't live long.
Well, yeah, obviously.
By 30, they were
like
done. They were
cumulative.
done. Most of them were done by around
we
30.
got a super chat.
There's a bunch of super chats.
No, just one came up.
No, there's up above there. There's more.
Oh, okay.
There's
yeah.
a couple of
okay.
yeah.
Sorry, I got way behind because you know.
Well, you didn't leave it on the bottom.
Well, because I was gonna answer some questions, but you were talking.
It'll never get to that.
All right,
Okay,
so we got some super chats. One from Bee's Nest.
Yep.
Thank you very much. He's got sexual problems as
Yeah,
usual. And Papa77 gave us one too, and he said he's got sexual solutions.
He got solutions to that shit.
So
Yeah.
you know that's good. It's an
Yeah.
exchange
Yeah,
going on.
Getting all this money. Yeah.
Got one from Rabbit. Thank you very much.
Oh, Rabbit. That's a new name.
Yeah, that's a new thing.
Yeah. Who's Rabbit?
I saw your post on Facebook about tonight's stream and got super excited to finally catch it live for the first time in a long time.
Oh, cool.
It's
yeah.
my birthday, and the super chat is my present
Happy
to
birthday.
myself. LOL, love you guys. Oh my god, you don't have to give us money for your birthday, but happy birthday.
Are you male
regardless.
or female? Must be female in a rabbit. Well,
I mean,
a rabbit could be male or female.
Well, obviously, rabbits
Yeah.
can be male or female.
Yeah, if it was a girl, she'd say bunny.
But well, I don't know about that. Sorry, I was just thinking of like some.
Yeah, bunny.
Yeah. And we also got one from SideQuest Hero. Thank you very much.
What's up, SideQuest? How you doing, bro?
I have a priest. Does that count as a sexual problem? I don't know. I'm late tonight. You're not that late. We haven't even really started. We kind of started a little bit.
We're doing the intro stuff.
We were kind of talking about drugs because Judy Garland. And like I said, man, I feel so bad for her. And like I said, I was watching an interview, or I read part of an interview with Lorna Luft, who was one of her daughters, and she was like, you know what? She's like, I know that people always say, like when they talk about Judy Garland, she was a tragic figure, and she's like, she would hate that. Like she didn't want to be remembered like that. But the thing that makes me sad about her story is that she was like probably one of the most talented, not probably, easily one of the most talented people of the 20th century, if not of all time. And she thought she was never good enough. She thought she was never pretty enough. She was always nervous and anxious, and she just wanted to be liked, and she was just like insecure her whole entire life. And that makes me so sad that she was like that. And she was so famous, and she's still remembered like this many years later, which I think would make her happy, I would hope.
I got a story from my childhood about a Judy Garland's drug story that I heard. When I was about 7 or 8, my dad took me to camping at a place in California called Camp Kennedy Meadows. And we'd go out there and we'd go fish, because you can fish there.
Oh, Rabbit is Nancy. I've been a long-time watcher and even sent you stuff for Pokey.
Okay,
Yeah. Nancy,
Right.
I remember you.
Yeah, I remember the name.
You just changed your name.
So,
All right, well, thank you very much. That's
so
awesome.
we were up there camping. Me and my dad went up there in a pickup truck that had a camper on the back of it. And one of my dad's work friends or biker friends, but a lot of times that was the same thing. He rode up there on a motorcycle. So he was sleeping outside up next to the campfire. We'd all sit around a campfire. It was probably about 7 or 8. And it's funny when you talk about Judy Garland, because I remember the first time I heard the name Judy Garland. That guy was, and he was a young biker, really, like in his 20s, 70s type biker. And he says, yeah, Judy Garland, yeah, that girl was, when she died, she'd done so much drugs. By the time she died, after you died, you could put a flashlight in the back of her head and the light would shine out of her eyes. And I was a little kid, I didn't realize he was making a joke.
Yeah, that's...
But I was like, whoa, and the thought of that was like,
You thought that was great.
fuck. And my dad was laughing. And I was like, the light shine out her eyes. And he's like, yeah, the light, yeah, she does so much drugs, it fried her brain. You could put a flashlight on the back of her skull, and her eyes would light up. And I thought he was telling the truth. But it's just a funny story. Imagine that.
I mean,
So it was legendary even in the 70s when I was a little kid.
well, yeah,
about
and
the drugs
sadly,
that
I
that
think
chick
that's
went
like
through.
maybe younger people that haven't seen any of her movies. I mean, I think
Yeah.
everybody in the world has seen Wizard
of
of Oz.
yeah.
Which is probably, but she
She was
made
cute as hell.
like 40-something movies.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even that. Like, she was hugely famous in movies, but after that, she was hugely famous on the stage. Like, she would do like live performances, like singing and stuff like that. And she, massive. Like the fucking that album she did, that show she did at Carnegie Hall, has been called like the best show business thing ever, and like that album went gold, and it's like it was the best thing ever. So yeah, so like an icon. So I kind of feel like she's not just known for movies, even though everybody's seen her in The Wizard of Oz, and she was only 16 in that.
Yeah.
Even though they originally, this is kind of funny, which, you know, I don't know, we're just kind of all over the place at this point. They didn't actually, okay, so a couple of the producers, or the studio guys, specifically wanted her for that movie. Even though she's slightly older, I don't think they say, do they say in the Wizard of Oz books, like the Oz books, the Frank L. Baum books, how old she is? She's still a child. You know, Dorothy is still a child, but I don't think they specify how old she is other than just being a child. But and she's drawn as a little girl. So I think they wanted someone younger. Louis B. Mayer, I believe, really wanted Shirley Temple.
Yeah.
But Shirley Temple was contracted to Fox Studios, and they couldn't get her. And there was like a big rift where, you know, Louis B. Mayer, who was at that time I believe was the studio head, he's like, I don't want Judy Garland. I want Shirley Temple, because she was younger at that time, and you know, but as it turned out, they couldn't get her, and Shirley Temple was kind of bummed out about it because she wanted to be in that movie. But then she later on, when she was an adult, she said, you know, I was mad at the time that I didn't get it, obviously.
Yeah.
She's like, but, you know, nowadays, she's like, obviously nobody could have played that except for Judy Garland. You know what I mean?
I don't know if you guys have ever seen Shirley Temple's movies, but I grew up watching them alongside with, like, Little Rascals and stuff. They would play that a lot on fucking PBS when I was real little in the 70s. Little Rascals, fucking Shirley Temple movies. They also played those on regular network. I think KTTV, which Channel 13, which is a local station they used to have in California. And when I was growing up, partially in California when I was a little kid. And the funny thing about the culture of this time, we're talking about Garland and fucking Shirley Temple and the Little Rascals, they didn't have any kind of limits back in those days in terms of what was appropriate to do or say and act around a child. There are scenes in Shirley Temple movies where she's shot as a sex symbol, obviously.
Yeah.
And the dudes are fucking flirting with her. And there's a banter back and forth about getting married. Now, it's kind of like a sense of humor. But they could never do that today. They did that back then. That was just like in the Little Rascals when fucking Spanky and that little fat kid were competing over the fucking for the love of their teacher was Miss Crabtree. Remember those scenes?
Yeah.
They had all the candy and shit and talking about love, and they would never show that. Now, in the program, Miss Crabtree is just laughing at it, going along with, oh really, you know, that kind of shit. But they just would never do that today. And that was kind of one of the things that people have to understand is that they sexualize children.
Yeah,
in that area.
big time.
14 was old to them.
And it was like okay,
Yeah.
it was like
Yeah.
normalized.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Age of consent was 14. Sometimes 13.
Sorry, it's still creepy.
Yeah. And in Mississippi, age of consent, even when I was a kid, was 14. And there was no statutory laws. In other words, like, a statutory law was, well, if you're older than 5 years than 16, then it's not legal. You know, it would be considered statutory rape. They didn't have that. They probably have it now. But when I was a kid, they didn't have that. So a 14-year-old girl having sex with a 35 or a 40-year-old guy, that was just like, yeah, you could do that. And in most states, it's still kind of like that. Here in the United States, I think the age of consent might be 16. The problem is that people confuse the age of consent and then how old you have to be in order to take a picture of them. The pornography law says they cannot be under 18 years old. They have to be at least 18. So that's the difference. And then on the news, people will get in trouble for dating their students. even though their students might be of legal consent, the age, what they're getting in trouble for is the fact that they're doing it because they're a teacher.
Yeah, it's
you
like
can't
a power
do it if
dynamic.
there's like a different power dynamic. If there's laws here in the United States that the teachers cannot, the high school teachers cannot date the students, not the high school.
I
Students.
mean, you can, afterward.
They can date
After they graduate. I guess.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That's okay.
You can date. They can date college students, and college professors can date their students. It's just the high school teachers
just like I
cannot
said,
date the
that's what-
students.
no. I mean,
So people get this kind of
rightfully
confused.
so.
In most states, the age of consent is 16. Half of the states have statutory laws. If you're 5 years older than her, you can't.
Yeah, or like I said, if you're in a position of power, over her,
then you can't.
because you can't,
Right.
because you could have coerced it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, coerce it with promises of promotions and fucking money, and not, and to avoid punishment or to get a better grade in class. That kind of shit.
Yeah, and so because there's no way of determining like what you used as incentive.
Yeah,
to get her to do that.
But
like,
in the era of Hollywood we're talking about, their consciousness was different back then. Age of consent was probably fucking 14 or 13. And most girls were like married at 16, 17, 18. So 14, that was legal. Yeah, for 16 or not 14, 16, that was legal. So it's just kind of because the midgets were fucking grabbing Judy Garland.
Well, she was 16 and they were in their 40s.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, still fucking creepy. Sorry, I don't care what era it is. I don't
Yeah.
care if everyone said it was okay. It's not okay. It's just not.
Yeah, it's not okay. It's just that it wouldn't be
not.
it wouldn't have been considered child rape back then. It would just be a sexual assault.
Yeah,
I don't want it advanced.
That's a sexual assault.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
I don't care what era.
For
it
sexual
is.
battery,
Yeah, I think technically that'd be sexual battery.
grabbing somebody. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know. It depends on I think it depends on the state, because some states that would be sexual assault, but I'm not really sure.
Assault is just threat.
No.
Battery is fucking no. I know the law. An assault is a threat. Battery is when you've actually touched or hit that person. A lot of people get this confused. In most states, assault doesn't mean you beat the motherfucker up. Assault means that you threatened. That's an assault. All right. If you actually start punching and landing punches or grabbing somebody, then it's battery. If you do it with a weapon, a handheld weapon, it's fucking aggravated battery. Or if you do things like break a bone or it's fucking a really bad beating, that's aggravated battery. If you do it with a firearm or a knife, it's now going to be considered attempted murder. All right, so there's an escalating thing. Now that's based on Mississippi and Louisiana law, Southern laws. They might be different in other states. But in the South, assault usually just means a threat.
No, that's not how it is in Florida. Mm-hmm. That's not how it is in Florida.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's different from state to state.
So how do you make the difference between slapping somebody and then fucking knifing them?
Well, like I said, I'd have to look it up, but it's almost like reverse to what you said, at least as far as I'm aware.
In Louisiana, assault just means threat. That's an assault.
No, that's not Florida.
And if you fucking say I'm gonna kill you or fucking rape you, that's a terroristic threat. That's what they call that, which is a felony.
Vincenzo says, I have the book Judy, A Day-by-Day Chronicle of a Legend. It says Louis B. Mayer, the head of MGM, was also giving Judy pills. Yes, that's what I've heard. I've also heard that Louis B. Mayer not only called her My Little Hunchback, but also would make her sit on his lap when she was still a teenager, or still a child, really, and would, like, say, oh, you sing from your heart, and, like, grab her tit. Because she made a funny comment. She was actually quite witty. She made a funny comment later on when she described him doing that. And she said, I was so glad that I didn't sing from any other part of my anatomy. And I was like, that just made me laugh, but it also made me sad at the same time that she had to fucking say that. Because like I said, it was so normalized. It happened to everybody. I think the actresses obviously got the worst of it. I'm not saying they were great to the actors either. I'm sure they weren't, as far as like drugs and overwork and everything like that. But the actresses had it harder, you know what I mean? Because they had the whole sexual assault thing going on. They had to, like, to stay thin and stuff like that. I don't think there was quite the same pressure, like, on the male actors, because some of them looked kind of fucked up, to be honest with you. And they were kind of allowed, you know? So, you know, but, yeah, that's the thing. It's just, like I said, it makes me so sad because I guess she grew up in show business. Her family was in show business, which we'll get into in a bit. So it was kind of like all she knew. She knew shit was fucked up, like, when shit happened. Even back then, she was just like, yeah, that's not right. But everyone was doing it, so it's just kind of like I said, it was kind of normalized, which is kind of fucked up. CB said, I have a horrible feeling she got beaten by a lot of directors. I did hear that in Wizard of Oz, that you remember that one scene where the lion comes out, like she goes and finds Toto because the lion's after Toto, and she goes and gets Toto, and then she smacks the lion on the nose, like pat, like that. I heard that she kept cracking up during that scene, like she kept laughing. So the director came over and smacked her in the face, like pat, like stop it, you know what I mean? So it's like came over and hit her to get her to stop laughing. So I heard that too. I'm not really sure. Somebody said, God, I got so behind. CB said Dorothy is 12 in The Wizard of Oz. That's what I heard too. So Judy Garland was actually 16, and they tried to make her look more like a kid. And I mean, she's obviously not 12 years old, but they tried to, the gingham dress they put her in was like, they didn't want her to look too curvy, and they put, and Oracle mentioned earlier that they put like a corset thing, or like to push her boobs down so she wouldn't look like a woman, you know what I mean? Like they wanted her to look like a girl still. So I guess it never occurred to me, like when I watched the movie, because I had read a couple of the books, I think, at the age that I saw the movie, but I didn't really, I don't know, it didn't really register that like she was supposed to be that young. So it's like it didn't really bother. Like you could tell she's not a kid, obviously, but yeah. So yeah, I have heard the Munchkin story, that a lot of the Munchkins did that. Although I did see some interviews with some of the Munchkins, the actors, like later, and they were saying it's like, oh man, she was so awesome and she was so nice to us and all this other kind of stuff. But you know, I don't know if the ones that did that are dead now, or who knows. I don't know what happened with that. But yeah, a couple people said 12 or 13 from the books. Yeah, the Lollipop Guildies show up drunk. Yeah, I heard that too. And I can't believe I was stupid enough as a kid to believe that urban legend about the hanging. Yeah, I think we talked about that. We did a show a while back about like urban legends about movies, and I think that was one of the ones that we talked about. That one of the Munchkins like hang themselves in the background. You can see it like in the background, but obviously it's not true. It's not true. Let me see. Okay, so I got like way behind. All right, so yeah, SideQuest here said Louisiana is different because it's based in French civil law, not English common law.
It's called Napoleonic law.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Napoleonic law and the laws of Mississippi and Alabama are all kind of similar. And people were talking about what terminology is, but like between assault and assault with a deadly weapon. I don't think assault with a deadly weapon and assault are actually even in Mississippi and Louisiana law. It's just battery. That's when you hit somebody or touch somebody. And then there's aggravated battery. It's when you've attacks and hit somebody connected with some kind of a weapon, would be aggravated battery. And then to scale up would be if you shot somebody in an attempt to kill them, or stabbed somebody in an attempt to kill them, or you tried to kill somebody, that would be attempted murder. But assault and assault with a deadly weapon, I don't think those are in Southern law. They have it, but it's just going to be worded a different way. Assault with a deadly weapon, the equivalent would be aggravated battery. That's just based on memory. You could ask Grok. Grok knows a lot about laws. You could ask it about Napoleonic laws in Louisiana, and you could ask it in Mississippi law. They're going to be similar. They're going to use similar terminology. It's the same culture. Basically, they just have a little bit more of a French They just have a little bit more of a French influence in Louisiana. That was French territory. But Mississippi was also, like, I think also part of, like, French and Spanish territory off and on a bit. They had claims on it. They didn't really have a statistically viable population in those areas, in Mississippi and Alabama, but in Louisiana they did. But it's just...
back on.
What's that?
Water's back
It's back on good. We lost water today. They broke a water main.
We have had no water,
No water.
all day today.
Right.
Somebody broke a water main in our neighborhood. I found out because I contacted the city of Eustis where we live. And they're like, your neighborhood is serviced by a private water company. The Black Bear Reserve Water Company Incorporated or something like that. And yeah, we contacted them, or I went on Nextdoor and I was like, what the fuck is going on with that? And they were like, yeah, the water main broke and they've been working on it. They don't know what the ETA is on when it's going to be fixed. So it's been off since probably like 9:30 this morning, I think, was when I first noticed that it was off. And yeah, but I just went to the bathroom now and like, without thinking, like I flushed the toilet and I was like, hey, it flushed.
Yeah.
And you know, and then I was like, oh, the sink came on. Look at that. Yeah.
I'll make me a drink and then you one.
Yeah, Darford said, yeah, boil that shit for... Yeah, we will. I'm sure there's probably a boil water thing. Now, we do have, like, in our ice maker and in our Brita pitcher, we already have filtered water in there from earlier. So, we planned ahead. You know what I mean? Because we knew we would have any. And we still had water outside. Like, you could still get water out of the hose for some reason. So, you know, to flush the toilet and stuff, we just been, like, filling water in the backyard, like out of the hose, and then bringing a bucket up and flushing it. But you know, it's just yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass. But yeah, I just noticed that it was back on. Smogeside says, for me, my all-time favorite Dorothy Gale performances are Judy Garland and Fairuza Balk. Yeah, that's right, she was in Return to Oz, which I think I reviewed that like on my other channel. The best Wizard of Oz movie other than the original. I agree. It's great. It's fucking scary. A lot of 80s kids were traumatized by that fucking movie. I didn't see it back in the 80s. I only saw it like a little bit later, like when I wasn't a kid. Yeah. So yeah, Zach said I heard she really wanted to adopt the dog that played Toto in that movie too. And Oracle said Toto's real name was Terry and she was a female dog. Yeah, I mean that dog was cute as shit. Cute as shit. I still, honestly, I grew up when I was growing up. My parents ran a daycare for a little while. And we had like a little back room where everybody would kind of sit and like take little naps and whatever. And so they had like a TV in there with all VCR tapes, because you know, 80s. And Wizard of Oz was easily the most requested one. So I've seen Wizard of Oz probably 40 bajillion times because the kids wanted to watch it every single day. Which is kind of crazy because even then in the 80s, that movie is like 40 something years old in the 80s. And it's still, you can still watch it now and it's fucking classic. You know what I mean? So 1939 that came out. You know, it hasn't aged at all. I guess because it's like a fantasy and it was done so well. But yeah, the fact that so much bad shit happened in that movie. You know what I mean? Poor old, like, fucking... The original guy that was going to play the Tin Man was Buddy Ebsen, I think, and he was allergic to the makeup, and, like, he had some kind of fucking shit, and then that scene where where all the snow falls on him, like in the poppy field, that snow was made of asbestos.
Oh, shit.
So, you know what I mean? All kind of crazy shit, like, happened in the background of that movie.
For some reason, the ice maker didn't make ice.
Oh, okay.
So I restarted it. It seems to be making it now.
Our ice maker's a little bit on the
Yeah,
fritz,
it's kind
too.
of off, yeah.
We have two of them, but we're kind of switching them out.
Yeah, I had problems with one. I took it apart, put it back. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Put it back together, and it was working.
Yeah.
And then the other one, the electric eye to tell it to stop making ice doesn't work. So it'll just make ice until the machine jams.
Yeah, until the machine jams. Yeah. Oh yeah, and CB said, yeah, the woman who played the witch, who was Margaret Hamilton, was burned during filming too. Yeah, her stunt double was burned also. Like when that scene where she comes up into the yellow brick road, like she came up from under the stage or whatever, or the set, and the fire burned her. And also she had problems with the makeup too. I think it like stayed on her like for several months afterward. So yeah, it was kind of a shit show all around. But fucking classic movie. Like I said, you can still watch it. You can show it to kids nowadays, and kids will be just completely fucking delighted. You know what I mean? And that's really saying something for a movie that came out in 1939, which is crazy. Yeah, let me see. Where was I? Oh, I was gonna say something. Yeah, Wicked Witch caught fire. OG Tin Man had to go in an iron lung. Drunk Munchkins. Dorothy getting groped. Madness. Yeah, pretty much. That was, like I said, it was a shit show. But we still fucking remember it nowadays. I know they suffered a lot making it, but holy crap, what a great fucking movie that was. I'd still watch it now. Actually, I was thinking about, because I was looking for documentaries about Judy Garland, like last night, and when I was on, I don't know, HBO Max or one of the streaming services, and that had some of her movies on there, but it had Wizard of Oz on there. I'm like, I was kind of tempted to watch Wizard of Oz again. Even though I've seen it like 40,000
It's a very simple movie.
I've seen it 40,000 fucking times.
It's almost like a stage production.
It's so good, though. It's so good. I mean, there's a reason there's still... I mean, look at fucking Wicked, which was a stage play for a long time. And then they just, like, last year or the year before, like, they just made a movie adaptation of it, like the musical and everything like that. And that's about the Wicked Witch, you know what I mean? That whole fucking world that L. Frank Baum created... is still fucking kicking. Yeah. Still going strong after all this time.
There's a channel out.
Have you seen Return to Oz with Faiza Balk when she was a kid?
Yeah. I've seen it, but I don't remember much about it.
Yeah, it was good.
I saw 3 of these girls. I like to watch some of those reaction videos, and I like to watch them from foreigners that don't have any cultural references to anything, to see what they do. And I watched a reaction of these 3 girls from the Vietnam watching fucking Wizard of Oz, and they loved it. They got sucked in, and they.
How can you not love Wizard of Oz?
That was, and they could not believe that was Judy Garland's voice. She's like, oh no, that's not her singing. They just put that in. Like, no, that's her voice.
That's kind of what she's known for.
That's her voice. Yeah. Well, people in the comment section was like, no, that's Judy Garland's voice.
That's her.
Yeah. They didn't think a girl that looked like that could sing that well because it, because that's a rare feature, but that's not the way it was in old Hollywood.
Well, shit, man. Like I said, she started out as a little kid, and the whole reason that she got signed to movies was because somebody came to the vaudeville show and heard her sing when she was a little girl.
Yeah, she was an awesome singer.
You know what I mean? They were like, holy crap. Like, listen to that.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
They didn't believe that was her voice.
She had an extraordinary singing voice.
They thought that was too good to be true, that a girl that looked like that had that voice.
Nope.
Because
that's her.
Yeah, in a place like Japan and, in the Far East, they would just fake it. They'd have some pretty girl selected just for how she looks.
They Milli Vanilli'd her.
And then they'd put a fucking, like some really great fucking singer. So the chick's 40, and she's singing it. No, she was that good. Very talented.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, probably better. Yeah. Well, not probably, easily better known for that than movies. Although she usually sang in her movies, she was in some dramatic roles too. Yeah. But usually they would put her in musicals because that was like one of her strengths, Yeah.
I don't know if my boy Gramthurst is listening to us live or not, but he and I were in the same drama school, and fucking our teacher, fucking Julia Salisbury, she loved this era, and and this area of Hollywood, they were trained classically, and fucking. It was the same kind of training we got. If you were going to carry leads in shows, you were going to have to know how to sing. And they'd fucking train you from the very beginning. The old silver screen people were very well trained. Mm-hmm. Very well trained. And if they got somebody who looked like Judy, they were going to make sure she could sing. They were going to train the fuck out of her. And here's the secret. With training, almost anyone can sound great. You just gotta fucking train.
Yeah, almost anyone.
If your voice is normal, they can work with that. There's always something that they can do with you. You just gotta start training. Just like, anybody can ride a motorcycle if you train.
Yeah.
It's like that.
We got another super chat from
Okay, who's this?
77.
Who's
They're
up,
showing The Wizard of Oz in the Sphere in Vegas, and they're creating a tornado in the Sphere during that scene and have flying monkeys all in 16K. That sounds amazing. I would totally go for
Flying monkeys should be included in every LSD trip.
that. Oh, yeah, big
Every
time.
time you drop acid, you should see some flying fucking monkeys.
I love that
Flying
it's flying
monkeys should be
monkeys,
with
because
you.
why not?
Yeah, they should
It's
be with
so
you.
random.
Gotta have a monkey over here and a monkey
Which
over
got
here.
flying monkeys?
We're watching David
It's not
Bowie.
explained.
Yeah. Yeah.
She just has them,
Yeah.
as one does.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, this whole story is as a trip. If you know, before I didn't have LSD then, but they had fucking they had some hallucinogenics, but
It's a very
I think
imaginative
somebody was doing
story.
drugs.
It's a very well, no, not necessarily, because I've come up with weirder shit than that. Like
They were hanging out in the
sober.
poppies.
That's true. I'm pretty sure that was an opium reference.
Yeah, I think so.
mean,
Hanging out in the poppies. Don't
but-
go in the poppies. You'll never come out of there. You'll fall
You know
asleep
what I mean?
forever.
Poppy.
Yeah, I'm never coming out of here.
Poppies will make them sleep.
Yeah.
And we'll also rain asbestos down on them, because, you know,
Yeah.
the poor people. Like I said, man, the shit they had to suffer, like, to entertain people back then.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, they still kind of do nowadays, but not anything like in this day.
I got a lot of respect for Silver Screen era. They understood the game. Everyone was typecast. Everyone. But they were just trying to make money, and it had
Well, yeah.
and it was so much. You could tell it was a direct evolution out of vaudeville and circuses. That's what.
Well, that's like I said. I
that's what
think
they're
Judy
doing.
Garland is kind of like the
Yeah.
poster child for that, because
Yeah.
she came out of vaudeville,
Yeah.
as did Mickey Rooney.
Yeah.
Which is probably why the two of them worked so well together.
It was
such a long
purely
time.
entertainment. They were just trying to entertain you.
Yeah.
There was no television. It was all done in theater, and everybody went to the movies pretty much every day. There was a lot of movies. They made lots of them. Evidently, people would go in there to sleep because it was cheaper than a hotel. It was a different era, especially during the Depression.
Yeah. All right, so you want to get started on this fucking timeline, I guess. Get more into it,
Go ahead.
because we kind of been going all over the place.
Well, it's still a great show.
And I don't want to get too
Still
drunk
been a great. Go ahead. Do the-
before we get like,
Yeah.
because this is just, I don't have any ice in this, so it's letting like not.
There's
like
no
water
ice.
in it
I'll
down.
get you ice in a minute.
So, the person that would become Judy Garland, she was actually not born Judy Garland. They changed a lot of people's names back then, obviously. Her name was actually Frances Ethel Gumm, and she was born in 1922 in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Now, her parents were vaudevillians, and they actually owned a theater, owned or operated a theater in Grand Rapids, where they would perform, and obviously all of the vaudeville performers in the area would perform. And one thing that's kind of fucked up is that the story goes that at this point, Judy Garland was, I know her name was Frances Gumm, but we're just going to call her Judy Garland. She was the youngest daughter. Now, her parents, whose names were Ethel and Francis, or Frank, I guess he's better known as, they already had two daughters that were a bit older. And the story goes that when they got pregnant with Judy Garland, the mom wanted to abort her, because they're like, hey, we can't afford another one, and we don't want another one. And between one thing, I mean, it was illegal at that time too, but like people would do it like back alley kind of ways, which is not great. So between one thing and another, she didn't end up getting aborted. Now, see, I don't know. I imagine, because other people know this fact nowadays, that Judy Garland probably also knew that in her lifetime, which probably contributed massively to her feeling unwanted and inadequate, which I kind of feel like she felt like her whole entire life, which makes me really sad. But I think that's why, because her mom like wanted to abort her, but it didn't happen. And obviously they had her. It's funny because I saw an interview with Judy Garland when she was a bit older, because her kids were, she had Lorna and Joey with her, and they were slightly older, like maybe not teenagers, but maybe preteen. And she said that that her mom was like pretty much the stereotypical stage mom, and you could tell she was just like not a fan. You know what I mean? And she said that her mom wanted to live vicariously through her daughters because her mom was quote unquote not talented.
Yeah.
And her mom like was in vaudeville too, as was her dad. So yeah,
What would happen? Sure.
I kind of feel like she knew that her mom was trying to live the life that she thought she'd. I think her mom wanted to be famous, and it never happened for her because maybe she wasn't that talented. And so when she saw that her daughters were talented, like, because all of them were. I mean, Judy obviously like exponentially more than the other two, but they could sing and dance and do like comedic bits and stuff like that.
You have to cultivate talent early.
And
you gotta pull
and
it
so
out
she
too.
was just like, "Ooh, I'm gonna ride this train." So she was like living vicariously through them, I think,
Her mom probably,
like a lot of stage mothers do, I guess.
her mom probably knew that you have to pull talent out of people early when they're young. You can't really do it when they're older. So maybe she got involved in theater when she was a little bit older. Her mom.
Yeah.
So she really. A lot of it has to do with getting rid of inhibitions. That's
Yeah.
the main thing.
Yeah, which like I said, kind of blows my mind a little bit
Yeah.
because Judy Garland to me seems like the kind of person that was like that had all this fucking talent. She was so fucking talented, so much so that people noticed it when she was a child.
Yeah.
And yet she was insecure about it her whole entire life.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, she thought. Well,
her whole entire life.
To her, it seemed easy what she was doing. She thought it should be better.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I think
It should be more than what it is.
this happens with a lot of people that are really smart or really talented or something like that. I kind of feel like they always feel like because it's not that hard for them,
Yeah.
they feel like they're not doing enough or they're
Yeah.
not being enough or
Yeah.
it could be better or they could be doing it better. Like, you know what I mean? So maybe there was a factor of
Judy
that
could
in as
sing like fucking crazy. She was,
and she could do that from a young age.
she
It
could
seemed
sing
like it was like natural.
she had a great fucking stage presence. She did a great job in her roles in silver screen work. Her fucking stage fucking performances her on camera performances were exactly what they wanted in the silver screen. All right. And her voice was fucking, and she was cute as shit. She had no reason to worry. She had her own fucking thing, and
I just wish people had told her that when she was younger.
well,
No
you
one ever
have
did,
money-making dudes in the studios that want more. So
Yeah.
you know, but there is no more. She's already. That's how it is. That's
Yeah.
how she is, and that product is a winning product. A lot of it is you're gonna have stupid motherfuckers in the studios who they don't have talent. They're kind of incompetent themselves. What the fuck would they know about it? You know what I mean? So of course you're gonna call her a little hunchback. What the fuck's he gonna know about it? He's some fucking.
And I love that
dude
it's
in the
always
studio.
some old like dude that looks like a Skeksis.
Exactly. Yeah. He's
Like,
a
get
Skeksis.
this fucking- yeah.
He's a Skeksis in his
Like, you
fucking
can
30s.
talk,
Fuck's he
motherfucker.
know? You know. Right?
Yeah.
So that's all that is. There's no weight to that. That's the same kind of dude that would be sitting on the sidelines at NFL game. You're not working enough. You're not running fast enough. You're not. You know.
Yeah, some big fat motherfucker.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Same thing.
In like Crocs and like a stained t-shirt.
Exactly.
Big fucking. Yeah, I love that shit. I love that.
Yeah, from his point of view, well, I got to do my job. I got to keep him motivated.
Yeah.
But you know that's what he's doing. But he's trying to keep the talent scared. Keep the talent scared.
It's like, but
we don't have to pay
nobody,
him as much
nobody,
if they're scared.
nobody listens to those people.
Yeah.
Though. And I especially wouldn't listen to, and like I said, you know, I'm not saying anything about, because obviously these were the dudes that were giving out the jobs, and they were children at the time. So yeah, if somebody in authority tells you look like a hunchback, or you need to not be fat, or whatever the fuck, you're gonna take that to heart, because what else do you know? That's like an authority figure, especially back in these days. But I don't know. I kind of hope that nowadays, like, if some old crusty motherfucker like tells you need to be skinnier, you need to smile more, or whatever the fuck, it's like you just need to tell that dude to like fuck off right into the sun, because yeah, it's like, look at your own fucking self. Seriously. So yeah. So now the first time that Judy appeared on stage, remember I said she was a performer her whole entire life, and that is not an exaggeration. Klaus said she died early, yet like young. Yeah, she died when she was 47. She started out on the stage when she was 2 years old. She was 2 years old. Because as I said, her parents were vaudevillians and they had a theater. And when Judy was born, her older sisters, whose names were Mary Jane and Dorothy, although they went under different names, I think they went under Susie and Jimmy, like on stage or whatever, were already kind of doing a little act, like in the vaudeville show. So when Judy was old enough, like they let her, go in there and perform with them. Now, the first time, so she's 2 years old, and she goes on stage on their Christmas show, and she sings Jingle Bells, and people were like fucking blown away. She's 2, and she's not like, because I know 2-year-olds singing, yeah, it's cute and everything like that, but it's just kind of like, people were like, wait a minute. That's like not, so that's what I say. She was like, Jesus Christ. She was like a natural talent, it seems. I don't even know, to be honest, I never, like, I read a bunch of stuff about her, but I don't know if she ever took any, like, lessons or anything like that. It just seems like she was born with that fucking voice. Because I've seen clips of her from, like, young, and she sang just like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, so I don't think she needed any lessons. She was just like a natural. So for a few years, the three of them, like her and her sisters, who were known as the Gumm sisters, they performed at this theater that were owned by their parents. Now, at this point, they moved to Lancaster, California, because one, the mom, Ethel, was like, we're going to get these kids into movies, which, that worked out. Two, they were kind of running away from Minnesota because rumors circulating said that the dad, Frank, was maybe gay or bisexual and had maybe been caught in a relationship with another man, and that wasn't going to fly in Minnesota, I suppose. So they're just like, okay, we're going to get the fuck out of here, and, we'll be closer to Hollywood, win-win. So they go to Lancaster, California, and Frank bought another theater there. And Ethel started managing the daughters and was basically trying to get them into movies. Now, she was fairly successful. What ended up happening was that in 1928, she got them in with Ethel Meglin, who ran like a dance school there. And so she had like a little troupe that did like shows and were in various things. And so the girls got into that. And then they got into some short films, that they would show like before movies and stuff, like back in the old days. So they were in one called The Big Review from 1929. And they were in some other kind of shorts. Now, the first one that Judy Garland was in, this was her first official on-screen appearance, or on-screen solo rather, was in a movie it was a short film called A Holiday in Storyland. So yeah, she was in that. And they were in another one called Bubbles. That was 1930. So, like I said, it's just a bunch of short films. And you can still see like bits of them, because I saw some in documentaries and like on YouTube and stuff like that. So if you look up Gumm Sisters, that's what they were known as. Or I guess you could look up Judy Garland or whatever, like shorts, just late 1920s, early 1930s. Her and her sisters were in a bunch of stuff. And like I said, Judy was pretty little at this point, and her sisters were, I can't remember how old her sisters were, but they were considerably older than she was.
That ice machine went out, so I plugged in the other one.
Oh, okay.
To run that one. The one that doesn't shut off. But that bitch makes a lot of ice, so we got ice.
All right, that's good. And the water's back on. So
the water's back on, yeah.
Like I said, I don't want to drink it out of the tap.
We have to get a new ice machine eventually, though.
But, So, as I said, they had kind of toured different vaudeville things as the Gumm Sisters. Not a great name, obviously. And by the time they got to Chicago, this was in 1934, the guy that ran the Oriental Theater, his name was George Jessel, was like, you might want to like change that name. It's like, one, it kind of rhymes with dumb. And they also, the story I heard, was that they were mislabeled one time as the Glum Sisters. You know what I mean? And people were kind of starting to laugh at their names. So it's like, you need a better, like a more glamorous name. So after a while, they picked the name Garland. No one's entirely sure. So they were billed as the Garland sisters. No one's entirely sure where the Garland name came from. The most likely story that I've heard was that it came from a drama critic who was quite famous named Robert Garland, or I've heard another story that it was named after Carol Lombard's character in 20th Century, who was named Lily Garland, or Judy Garland's own daughter, Lorna Luft, said that she heard from her mom that George Jessel said to her and her sisters, "You look prettier than a garland of flowers," and they liked that name, so they just took that. I don't know which story is true, but
sounds right.
But whichever it is, they adopted the name Garland, which does honestly sound better than Gum, to be clear. So after this, Judy Garland, who was still going by her birth name of Frances at this point, she said, well, we've changed our last name, so I'm going to change my first name too. And so she changed it to Judy. Most common story is that she named it after the Hoagie Carmichael song, which is also called Judy, which she really liked. So she changed it to that. Now, they had toured for a while, like on the vaudeville circuit, were in some short films, like, that were shown before movies and stuff like that. But by 1935, one of the sisters had gone off and gotten married. And so the gang kind of broke up. But it so happened that one performance, this was in 1935, and Louis B. Mayer, head of MGM at the time, he asked one of his guys, whose name was Burton Lane, he was a songwriter, he said, you need to go to this theater in Los Angeles and watch the Garland sisters. He's like, these kids are great. You'll come and report back to me. I've heard a lot of good things about them. So it was a lot of buzz about them. And it's specifically about Judy because her sisters were very talented also. They could also sing and dance. But from everything I heard, they were it was very, very apparent that Judy Garland, even from a tiny, tiny girl, was way, way, way more talented than her sisters were. I don't wonder how her sisters felt about that. Probably not great.
Well, it's hard to define what talent is.
But I mean, everybody noticed it. People that were alive, because I saw some interviews. Actually, I saw an interview with Burton Lane, the guy that went and discovered them. And he was just you could just tell, even when she was a child, that she was amazing. And she was way, way, way better than the other ones.
Yeah. In drama. And music, modern music also, I'm going to call that part of drama too, because you look in fucking music videos, there's a certain amount of acting involved in music videos we grew up with in MTV. In drama, the talent, really what they're talking about is charisma. Yeah, technical expertise is good. You love that.
Yeah.
But if you put technical expertise in a person that has no charisma, it's worthless.
Because a lot of people have technical
people
that can be taught.
Yeah.
Charisma can't be taught.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a bunch of stuff at once.
Yeah.
Judy Garland,
it's the it factor. The it factor.
Judy Garland, when you look at her at fucking 16 in that movie, and she probably the same thing, you could tell by the way she looks, she's gorgeous. Boom, she's got that. 2, her interactions with people probably behind the scenes were very good. They just liked her.
Yeah, everyone said she was just an angel. That she was. I mean, she got fucked up later on with drugs and stuff, but everyone said she was a wonderful.
You put her
person.
on stage, she can act, and she's got a beautiful singing voice.
She can dance.
And she could dance. That's all you need.
Yeah,
they're gonna call that talent. That's what they're gonna call it. Because talent really, it's not a very good quantifier. There's what I mean.
A lot of people are talented.
A lot of people are talented, and they're not famous.
Yeah.
Everybody
I know has a talent of some kind.
Yeah. But we're talking about Hollywood silver screen talent. She had it. Yeah, she had it for that, and a lot of it has to do not only it's how she acted around execs, how she worked with other actors and actresses. It could be anything. It was a popularity contest. Mae West, we talked about her earlier. She didn't have technical expertise in anything, but everybody loved her. That's talent.
That's a talent in itself.
That's a talent in itself. Right.
And she was one of the most powerful fucking women in Hollywood.
Made the most money out of any of them.
Yeah, she made a lot.
Yeah. She's one of the richest women. I think she was one of the richest persons in the world for a while.
At the time, yeah.
For a while, yeah.
One of the richest people in the United States.
in the United
The second
States.
richest person in the United States at the time.
Yeah, Mae West. She was no
Not
fucking
not
joke.
second most richest actress.
Person.
Second most famous person. Second
Yeah.
richest person.
Yeah, Mae West was no joke. And you guys,
knew how to
I
fucking
got a
do shit.
good sense of things, and I could see her work that she did on screen. And I'm gonna tell you what, Mae West was a good lay. She was a very good lay.
Like I said, she was probably super fun to hang
Yeah, and she'd have been a great buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Just hanging out with her. She'd been fucking funny, and way ahead of her time. Way ahead. You could bring her. You could take her out today to the clubs and have a great time with her. She'd love it. Because this world the world she wanted hadn't really truly arrived yet. Listen,
I kind of feel like all the coolest chicks from old Hollywood,
yeah,
I think they would fit in a lot better.
they would love it
nowadays.
today. Yeah,
Because they were way ahead of their time.
yeah.
back
Louise
then.
Brooks would love it today.
Yeah, she'd be like, oh my god, this
Yeah.
is so much better. Yeah. Like, because back then, not so great.
Yeah, and she would have been a good scenester today.
Yeah.
I don't think she would have been famous, but she would have been famous in her local fucking goth
Yeah.
club.
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know if it was easier to be famous back then. Probably.
It was because it was more centralized.
Yeah.
If you made it big in a little Hollywood segment, then the whole world knew
Then the
about
whole
you.
world knew about you, yeah.
So it was kind of easier in a certain way, but
Like, now everything's so fragmented.
yeah. There are great bands that would have blown Duran Duran out of water back in the 80s, and they could barely get any views on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm listening to them and go, those motherfuckers are good.
Yeah.
But they're not
They
even
don't-
famous.
I mean,
I
I don't know. It's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
I guess. Like, you don't want everything super centralized.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's better nowadays because
It's better
everything's
now.
been, because the internet and things
It's better now.
democratized. So you can get your shit out there. But on the bad side, it's a lot harder to get noticed because everybody's out there. And there's a lot of talented
Everything's
people out
swamped.
there.
Everything's
There's a lot of
swamped.
talented people out
It's
there.
hard to get recognition because
So it's hard to stand out.
right. When I was a kid growing up, seeing these people on screen, I thought they were almost like demigods. They must be fucking amazing. I mean, they're on TV. They're fucking making records about that dude. They were on a totally different level, but they were just regular people.
Yeah, they're just people.
And today they would just had YouTube shows.
Yeah,
That's what it would be.
like us.
Oh, yeah, which is great for YouTube. I love YouTube. Fucking, it's kind of like television, but it's live. It's like old television. You know what I mean? Back when shows were live on TV.
We're doing like old school. We're doing like
Yeah.
Dick Cavett kind of shit.
Dick
where
Cavett
it's like,
shit, right? Yeah.
We're doing did Dick
Yeah.
Cavett do live? Maybe not. But it's like we're doing the shit where it's like everyone's drunk and we're just like talking about cool shit.
Yeah, and yes, they drank on fucking television back in the day. They were drinking television.
I
in the
especially
70s.
liked when they were drinking on
Game shows.
Hollywood Squares.
Hollywood Squares.
Especially when
70s.
when Paul Lynde would drink.
Paul Lynde,
Because
drunk
that
as a
motherfucker was one of the funniest
his,
motherfuckers that ever lived.
his gay ass would be in the
Oh my
fucking
God.
center fucking square. Because
That dude
Yeah.
was so fucking funny.
Yeah.
He was so funny.
One of the best gays of all times, Paul Lynde.
He was so...
Fucking hilarious.
I mean, I was going to say, oh my God, he was so mean. But it's like...
He was true. It was true.
It's not... Okay. It's not enough. Anybody can be mean.
Yeah.
If you're going to be mean, you have to like... You have to do some Oscar Wilde shit.
Yeah.
It has to be like some barbed wit.
It was funny as
So
fuck.
you have to think about it for a second, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? You can't just say, you're fat. Like, that's not
Yeah.
funny. But it's
Right.
just like, if you come up with some shit that people have to think about,
Yeah.
and then later they're like, oh man, that was like really
Yeah.
fucked up. Like, yeah. That's
Yeah, but I love millennials and some of these Gen Z people thinking that all this fucking trans and gay rights and shit, that's great, but they think it's all new. No. When I was a little kid, back in the 70s, there was gay stuff everywhere. Everybody knew what it was. It was on television.
Yeah.
Paul Lynde, fucking, he was hilarious. Everybody knew he was gay.
Well,
Fucking, who was it? Rip Taylor.
Rip Taylor.
Gay as shit. On all on the kids' television, Sigmund and the Sea Monster.
But as long as you
Fucking-
were like over the top
If you were over the
and
top,
entertaining,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
then it was okay.
you can go back to the 60s, man. Fucking Uncle Arthur on Bewitched. Gay as shit. But
Well-
it was funny, you know what I mean? And they were good characters. They were cool people.
I will note that there's a lot of because obviously Judy Garland, huge gay icon. For pretty obvious reasons. For a long time, they called gay men friends of Dorothy for a reason, like after Dorothy and Wizard of Oz, because she was such an icon, and she's such an icon to the gay community. But the thing about it was that her dad was suspected of being gay, or at least bisexual, and several of her husbands were as well.
Yeah.
Also, the cool thing about Judy Garland was that she was a very, very vocal advocate of civil rights for African Americans, for gay people, so you can see like why, like, she did marches and everything. So you can kind of see why she ended up like such a fucking icon.
Yeah.
But like I said, one of the reasons that her family left Minnesota when she was a little girl, I think you were in the bathroom when I said this, was because her dad, Frank, was caught with a man.
Yeah.
And evidently, from what I've heard, like, her dad had a lot of affairs with men. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's like I've heard that going around. And like I said, a lot of the men she married, she married 5 times. And I feel like the majority of dudes she married were gay or bisexual or using her as a beard or something. You know what I mean? There was a lot of that.
A lot of times in those days, that meant that she was trying to assure her own freedom, because they could marry a gay guy and she could continue to date. That was.
I kind of feel like that wasn't really her thing, though, because I kind of feel like her whole thing was she liked feeling loved and desired and stuff like that. So I kind of feel like I don't know, like maybe gay men like appealed to her more for some reason, but then she'd get disillusioned when she found out that they were more interested in men.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, that can't be that. That can't.
So
be.
It's I don't know. I kind of got that vibe more than I never really got the sense that she was like wanting to ride the dick all the time. Mm-hmm. She just like she wanted to be loved, and I kind of feel like I don't know. I kind of feel like she never really got that.
It could be that, or it could be more of like what you were talking about, fucking Bonnie from the Barrow Gang. Okay, Clive Barrow and his girlfriend Bonnie and Clyde. This is kind of fucking edited out of Hollywood fucking history when you look at these gangster movies and shit like that. Clive Barrow was fucking bisexual as shit. He loved girls, but he liked guys too, and it was something he picked up when he was in prison. And he picked up Bonnie. She was real young. So was he. These people were real young, fucking late teens, you know. Back in the 1920s. He met her in a little town working as a waitress, and he lays out a bunch of money, and fucking he tells her, I'm a fucking bank robber, and she joins up with him because it was depression, you know what I mean? Fucking, she had no future. He had no future, really. They talked about that they're doing this because the world's so fucked up, there's no future. But they would rob banks and then ride around and fucking pick up dudes and have threesomes with them, you know? And Bonnie loved that shit. And this is, some of this comes from a cop that they abducted and kept for a couple times. And, you know, his testimony gives a very different picture of Bonnie and Clyde, you know? He said that they were very charming, and that Bonnie was really attractive and real bubbly. And they were very open about what it was that they did, you know what I mean? And they robbed banks, and they had a good time, and they thought the banking industry was a corrupt industry, and that nobody cared about them, and they had nothing to lose, and that it was kind of like a suicide pact between the two. But Bonnie fucking loved being in these threesomes with Clyde and hot dudes that they would pick up. And there are women like that. So maybe Judy was something like that, where she's hooking up with gay, bisexual dudes and having threesomes. There's no way of knowing.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe from her, though.
Okay.
Like that, I think that is kind of common, but just from everything that I heard people say about her, I don't think that was what it was.
Okay.
But I don't know. Honestly, I think because her dad died pretty young and she adored her dad, I think she was always looking for a father figure because a lot of the dudes she married were significantly older than her.
Maybe it's that.
Until she got old, and then she married one that was younger. But so I kind of think she was always looking for that, you know. I think it was more that, and then it just happened so much that some of them were gay or bisexual. They just, I think she just related to them because they were like her dad, and her dad was gay or bisexual.
Okay.
Everyone's pretty sure. So I think that she was just looking for another father figure, it seemed like. Because a lot of the dudes she married were a lot older than she was. So yeah. So Louis B. Mayer, as I mentioned, sends Burton Lane, the songwriter, to go to the Orpheum Theater, go see the Gumm Sisters. I've heard they're great. And he goes and sees them, and they knock his socks off. Like I said, I've seen an interview with the guy. He's, he was an old man at that time, but he was like, from that time, I think Judy was only like, maybe she was like 10, I think, or something at this point. And he's like, you could tell that she was like, fuck, she had it, like whatever it is. Like she had 2 other sisters that were in the thing, but it's like she was like obviously the thing, you know what I mean? So he goes back and says about it. And so they bring her and her dad in, and they do an audition kind of thing, and ask her to just sing a couple songs, you know. So she sang a couple songs for them, and they immediately signed her. This is MGM, signed her to a contract. Now, the thing about it though, MGM had so much money at this time that they could just sign people. It's like, we don't really know what we're gonna do with this person. But we'll give them a contract and this much money and this and that. And we'll just figure it out. We'll figure it out later on. But the thing about it was that she was, a tween at this time. And so they weren't entirely sure what to do with her. It's like, look, she's too old to be like a child star, right? You can't put her in like children's roles because she's obviously too old. But you can't put her in adult roles either because she's like fucking 12. You know what I mean? So it's like, we don't really know. She's just in this transitional phase and we're not really sure what to do about her. But, they wanted her around because obviously she could fucking sing her ass off. You know what I mean? And also, like I said, her, the way she looked was kind of a problem from the beginning. She's a very little person. She's only 4'11", which is, I'm short, and that's like 4 inches shorter than I am.
Yeah, but 4'11" is so cute.
That's little.
Yeah.
And they thought, well, she's cute, or more like girl next door kind of thing, and that's kind of the role that they try to like force her into. It's like obviously she's too young to be a leading lady. She's not elegant. She's not, she's just cute. You know what I mean? And the thing about it was that I think that they hammered her with this for so long, even when she was older, that she got a real fucking complex about it because later, like she would go to school, with some of the younger stars at the time, like Ava Gardner and like Lana Turner, Elizabeth Taylor, who were more like classic beauties. And she felt like ugly, like next to them, like dumpy and ugly. And
Chick's delusional, man.
And nothing anybody said to her really dissuaded her from that position because honestly, like they called her the ugly duckling, like next to like the studio heads and stuff.
They're fucking with that girl's mind.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They called Judy Garland the ugly duckling.
Yeah, and like I said, Louis B. Mayer, who was the head of MGM, called her a little hunchback.
They must be trying to negotiate lower fucking fees. They're trying to demoralize her so they don't have to pay her as much. There's gotta be some shit like that. It's gotta be
it's negging. That's actually, it's negging.
What's negging mean?
Negging. That's something that all those like pickup artists used to do. Mm-hmm. Where it's like they try to pick up a woman,
but then they'll slightly insult her.
Well, the first thing they do, is like they insult you because what their psychology is or what they think is happening is that if I insult you, you'll gonna try and like
well,
you're gonna try and like argue with me to to please me.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? To make me worthy of you.
Yeah, that could be what's going on. It's an old-timey sales.
It doesn't work, though.
It might work. It might have worked back then.
Probably back then. And if you're a child, it probably works.
That's an old... It would be...
Nowadays, if you came up to me and tried to neg me, I'm just going to punch you in the face.
That's what they're doing. Probably. Trying to tell her that she's ugly so she won't demand as much money for the next movie.
Maybe.
Make her desperate. That's what they're doing.
But yeah. You never heard of negging
You
before?
just look at her... No, I never heard of it. Fucking... But you just look at a picture of her. And as a man, you look at her and you go, no, she's cute as shit. What are you talking about?
And even when she was older, she's like, she's beautiful, and it's like, it's so
I don't know
sad,
what she was like when she was
like that she never thought that. She always thought of herself as just like average or girl next door, and the studio thought of her that way as well. That was for a long time, through all her teenage years, they put her in roles like that, like playing younger. So they put her in kind of frumpy, younger looking clothes, like little lacy, kind of high waisted. They didn't make her look elegant or sexy or grown up or anything like that, because that was how they were trying to typecast her, and I think that kind of fucked her up, like, for a long time, you know. But yeah, Louis B. Mayer did call her Little Hunchback, and he called it out to her face.
It's a little fucking. It's a sales tactic.
They're
just trying to make her desperate so they don't have to pay her as much.
Yeah, or like I said, I think there's a certain type of dude that thinks that if they insult you, then that will make you try harder to please them.
Yeah, that's part of it, but you have to understand that these guys have a fucking hardcore sales and business background. They're trying to make profit and money, and one of their big expenses is paying stars.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why the Hollywood system was so fucking ruthless, the old one. When it came to, we're going to pay these stars, but we're going to take all their money away from them. So if you want to make movies with us, we're going to pay you this money, but you're going to have to rent a house from us. You're going to have to live in this big Hollywood mansion, and through that, we're going to take all that money back from you. That's what happened to Louise Brooks. She lost all her money because she had to pay for all her clothes that would be in the movie that she was going to wear in the movie, and that she had to fucking rent this mansion. And then to get the movies made, she'd have to sleep with these fucking producers. It was just some millionaire that wanted a movie made, and he was like a fan. Yeah, I'll fucking pay the $100,000 to make the movie, but she's got to stay with me for a week, which they did that shit. Okay, Hollywood was fucking dirty, man.
Well, Judy Garland,
fucking dirty.
She didn't have much money when she died either, and that wasn't. I think the story was that it was mostly from her drug addiction. That is not true. It mostly happened because her agents and other people like that stole from her.
Yeah, they give you money, but they take it all back. And that's
her agents legit straight up like fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with an E. Embezzled. Embezzled money from her. Yeah. And also the people that she hired to take care of her financials didn't pay her taxes for several years. So she owed like a huge amount of back taxes when she died. Like all kind of other kind of shit. Yeah. So yeah. People fucked her over her entire life. And I was watching a documentary earlier that said maybe like somebody, I can't remember who it was, but it had known her. And he said, you know, somebody that talented, it's like it almost seems like everyone's gotta kind of like take a fucking piece, you know what I mean? And it seemed like that, like and she was like such a nice person, you know, and it seemed like a lot of people just took advantage of her, like not only giving her pills and, you know, not letting her eat and all this other kind of stuff, but they took all her money also. Like they took like pretty much all her money.
Yeah, they'd pay you to be an actor or an actress, but they'd also take it all from.
That's what I mean. She made a lot of money, but a lot of it was embezzled from her, like or taken from her by various agents and things like that.
Usually the main mechanism in real fucking silver screen is that if you were gonna work with this studio, you were gonna have to rent mansions from their friends. It was all, and then you were gonna have to buy clothes from their friends, and they would just suck it all right back out of you. So it was an illusion of wealth. They didn't own any of that shit. They were renting it. Ridiculous. But they unions Actors Guilds started to fucking prevent that from happening, though, eventually.
Yeah. And a lot of actors were... I think when we
Yeah.
did the show about Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff, Boris Karloff was actually one of the actors that was in on the ground floor of doing
that.
like the Screen
Yeah.
Actors Guild
Yeah.
and all of that. Because they were sick of being treated like that.
Yeah, they were famous, but their wealth was an illusion. And it was temporary.
And they were being horribly overworked. And,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, in Judy Garland's case, like I
Yeah.
said, they'd make her work 3 days straight, like at a
Yeah.
time. And then they'd like give her pills to keep her awake and
Yeah.
all this other kind of shit.
And Louise Brooks and her friends did an investigation, and they found out that Average Girl only lasted 4 years.
I believe it.
So after 4 years, they were done with you. So it was kind of like the fucking 90s porn industry.
Yeah.
Where they fucking used you up quick. 2000s too. Then you were gone. 4 years later, you weren't even in business.
Yeah, so like, nobody wants to see your tired old ass anymore.
Yeah.
What are you now, 25? Fuck
Yeah,
off.
yeah. You were used up, and then when the industry was done with you, you didn't have anything to show for it.
Yeah.
You were back to square one because every dime you made, they sucked out of you.
Yeah. Similar thing
Yeah.
kind of happened here, which, like I said, very, very sad. Because she made the studios a lot of money. Her movies made a lot of money. But, you know, she didn't see... She saw some of it, obviously. She did have, like... She lived okay, but it's like... She was constantly, especially, like, after her heyday had passed, man, she was constantly scrabbling for money. But yeah. So, like I said, they tried to make her look like... Their whole thing was that, well... She's only 13, 14 at this stage. And so they wanted to do, like, girl next door. She's not glamorous, quote unquote, or beautiful, quote unquote. So they're trying to make her, like, your average. Like, they're trying to make her, like, average girl next door. But, you know, prettier than average, I guess.
She's a pretty average girl.
Right. That's kind of the angle they were going with. But even then, she wasn't good enough because they had like removable caps on her teeth. I guess they weren't permanent. Like I know you can get permanent caps now, but it's like they had like fake ones like that would snap. I guess they would like snap over. Like they did those, and they would put these things in her nose to make her nose look like it was like turned up more. You know, like these discs and stuff. Like they'd put them up her nostrils, so it would make her nose look like it was turned up. So they did. So she wore that a long time, like for years and years. Like that was kind of like the look that they had decided on, and so that's what they were gonna do. You know what I mean? And like I said, she's only fucking 13. What's she gonna say about it? And her mom was probably all right. You know what I mean? So when she's 13, she's actually doing, or she's getting ready to do a radio performance, for this kind of big radio show. And she found out that her dad had been taken to the hospital. He had meningitis. And he actually died from it, like the next day. And he also died real young. He was only 49. And Judy had always been super, super close to her dad. So when her dad died, she was just inconsolable. You know what I mean? It was a huge blow. Now, she did go ahead and do the radio show, though. And she did a song, which she had done before. She had actually done it for one of the, the screen tests that she had done earlier for MGM. And the song is called Zing With the Strings of My Heart. And that kind of became a staple. She would do that a lot in her live shows, like later on when she got older. Now, interestingly, right around this time, there was this other girl called Deanna Durbin, who was also kind of a similar type, I guess, to Judy Garland. But Deanna Durbin was more like an operatic. She more like the opera type singing. And it's funny because you can even tell when Judy Garland was older, because I saw an interview with her about this era. And she was saying, so they bring in this girl, Deanna Durbin, with one eyebrow. And it's like, and she's kind of making fun a little bit, like, of how she sang and stuff.
One eyebrow across her head.
Yeah, like a Frida Kahlo kind of situation, I guess. Like, so Frida Kahlo's awesome. You know what I mean? But she does have, like, a unibrow. So, and the thing about it was that Judy, again, was very, very insecure because the fact that they brought on another singer that was about the same age, even though she didn't sing the same style necessarily, but she was just kind of like, she felt kind of threatened, I guess. Now, they did do a short together called Every Sunday. That was 1936. And, you know, at this point, like, they're in the thing, and it was almost kind of like a screen test, I guess, and, like, the studio heads were like, well, should we have both of them on the roster? Because it's like they're kind of similar types, even though they sing different styles. But, you know, I don't really... I mean, obviously, Deanna Durbin didn't really go that far. Not as far as Judy Garland went, so we know. We see how that goes. Now, so Judy Garland, they did actually give her a... You know, started putting her in movies. So her first feature-length movie... they actually loaned her out to Fox for a little while to do a movie called Pigskin Parade, which was a musical comedy based around football, obviously, because pigskin. And she was 10th billed. But she did, like, sing a couple of songs in that. Now, when... The thing about it was, even though she was 10th billed in that fucking movie, other studio executives saw her and were impressed. Like, you know, because she can fucking sing, okay? I'm just telling you. And so they kind of invited her to Clark Gable's birthday party. Like, the studio had set up this birthday party for him. And she sang a song to him, You Made Me Love You, I Didn't Want to Do It, which is a pretty famous song. So she said, and I mean, she's like a teenager at this point, because, you know, that's a little bit weird. Okay. But she sang it to him, and everyone was like super like, wow, like, holy crap. And everyone was so impressed that they asked her to do it again, like, in a movie, which is called Broadway Melody, which came out in 1937. Broadway Melody of 1938. She sang to a picture of him in that movie, though. So after this, it seems like MGM hit upon a good formula. They put Judy Garland and Andy Rooney. Why do I keep saying Andy Rooney? That was that fucking dude that kept the he wasn't a newscaster, but he was like an opinion newscaster dude. Mickey Rooney.
That guy, yeah.
Andy Hardy was the character that Mickey Rooney played. That's why I keep getting confused also. So Mickey Rooney, who was only a year or two older than Judy Garland. So he was like a teenager also. So they put him in what were termed, they called them backyard musicals. And they put them in this one movie called Thoroughbreds Don't Cry, which came out in 1937. And that was successful. Like the two characters were so successful that they decided to put them in their own movies. So then they started putting them in all of these Andy Hardy movies. Now the thing about it was that when all of these movies, because they were so popular, I think they ended up doing like 10 movies together or something, is that they were trying to kind of gin up a little teen romance between the two of them. Which I'm not sure. Like, I saw some interviews with Mickey Rooney when he was an old man. And he was like, I mean, he thought of her as a sister. And, like, he loved her like that. You know what I mean? She evidently had a crush on him. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's just his ego, like, saying that. Because he's kind of like, oh, everybody had a crush on me. You know what I mean? I'm just like, okay, get the hell over yourself. But, so, I don't know. But the studio did try to kind of sell it like that, like to sell the movies, like, oh, look how cute they are, like teenage love, because, you know, they were similar ages. I think she was 15 at
Mickey Rooney,
and he was like 17 at this point, and he was also real little. He was like 5'2", and kind of dorky, kind of awkward. So it's like, so the two of them together obviously was like a winning combination. Everybody went to see those movies, but I think the studio was also trying to play up that as like a romance.
I gotta say something,
which it wasn't.
As part of the Short Man Mafia, I'm 5'6", but can you have all these dudes on the modern internet today crying that none of the girls will go out with you because you're not 6 feet tall, that you're not tall enough?
That's some
go
bullshit.
back and go look at Mickey Rooney. Okay,
he pulled.
Mickey Rooney could pull. All right. He was in good shape when he was young. He had some major face game, and he had a lot of charisma. Women liked him.
He was funny.
He was funny. And he was cute. and he knew how to play it. He knew how to play the short man game. And the roles that they casted him in were like likable roles, kind of like on par with Michael J. Fox.
Yeah.
Probably more like my size, probably 5'5", 5'6", around it. Michael J. Fox could pull. That's another thing. Michael J. Fox was on Tiger Beat when he was a kid.
Well, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, a lot of girls grew up liking Michael J. Fox. So
girls had posters of him on their walls.
Yeah. So no, it's not that you're short. It's that you suck.
You're a douche.
Yeah.
That's why.
No, short guys with game can fucking do very well.
Pro tip.
Yeah, pro tip. I'm a short man. Get in the fucking gym. All right, fucking learn charisma.
Stop being a douche.
Don't worry about it. It's not a big fucking deal.
Hurdle.
It's not a big hurdle.
No.
And as a 5'6" dude, even before I was jacked, the easiest girls to get and to pick up were women that were 6 foot and over, real tall ones, because those poor girls are neglected. They have it harder than a short man, and they know it, because there's no guys their size. Dudes are running from them. When I was back in high school, I dated a little Swedish girl. I call her a little Swedish girl. She was fucking 6'4". It was like bestiality. It was like having sex with a horse. She was cool though, but she was totally neglected. Back in high school, fucking dudes would go out with girls. I was going to an international high school. Fucking, if you're 6'4" and a girl, nah, bottom of the pile. And she was cute. The only thing that was weird was looking at her feet. Feet bigger than a man. But you know what I mean? You have to adjust your mind. It's not her fault. Those are little feet compared to the rest of her body, but
yeah,
it's proportion. But
yeah, it's all proportion.
Yeah. So no, it's not your size, bro. It's you.
They don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you're short.
No.
It matters you're a douche, though.
And it's a matter that you're using dating apps. If those girls are filtering out anybody under 6 feet, they're not going to get matches anyway.
I mean, they might still, but it's like, I kind of feel like the girls that would match with them, they'd be like, man, ugly.
Yeah.
They'd be like that. So they're probably rejecting a lot of people off them.
Yeah.
And then crying that they can't
Do
get
not
anything.
fuck with dating apps. No. They're not. They don't make money when you hook up anyway. They make more money when you're single. So that should tell you something right now. Right there.
So yeah, these movies that both of them were in were hugely, hugely successful when they were both teenagers. Now, it's around this stage that Judy said. Now, as I said, her mom had given her pet pills, as we say, and stuff to keep her weight off, like from as young as 10 years old. But she later claimed, and this was substantiated by other actors who were around at this time period, that the studios would also give you pills. They'd give you amphetamines to stay awake, to keep up, because like you said, there was no TV at this point, so they're making lots of movies, one after the other.
Yeah.
And so you're contracted to a studio, and you got shit to do. So you'd get up at 5 a.m, like to go into makeup and costume and all that kind of shit, and you would work all day, sometimes days at a time, like without sleep. And so they would give them amphetamines. And then after a while, they'd be like, okay, well, we'll let you sleep for like 4 hours, something like that. So they'd give you sleeping pills. And then 4 hours later, they'd come and give you more amphetamines to like wake you back up. And they did this for years and years and years. So yeah. Now, I will note that even though Judy Garland was very open about this, and other actors have been as well that were around in that time period, Mickey Rooney said that the studios did not give them that. I don't know if that's true, or if he's just saying that because he doesn't want to. I don't know. But I've heard it from not just her. I've heard it from multiple other people. And the thing about it, too, was that they were also always giving Judy Garland stuff to keep her weight under control. Like I said, because she was so small, she was so short, I guess they were kind of worried that she was going to chub out or whatever. And so they would put her on restricted diets So it's like basically they would not only give her drugs, but they would be like, you know, when you're on set or whatever and you go and get food or whatever, it's like whenever she ordered, they'd be like, no, you're having chicken soup and black coffee, and that's it. They'd let her smoke cigarettes because that would keep your weight off. But it's like they'd give you a bowl of chicken soup and like black coffee, and that was all you're allowed to have ever. Like she wasn't allowed to eat like solid food. That's the story. So yeah. Now, 1938, when she was 16 years old, as I mentioned earlier, she was cast in The Wizard of Oz, which obviously was going to be her big fucking breakthrough, right? I mean, she was kind of famous before that, like as a teenage star or whatever, but this was going to be her big fucking breakthrough. Like I said, the studio head, Louis Mayer, wanted Shirley Temple, but couldn't get her. So he was like kind of disappointed that he ended up with Judy Garland instead, even though a lot of the other studio executives did actually want Judy Garland. She was their first choice. Interestingly, her big fucking number, Over the Rainbow, which is still a fucking iconic song. Everybody fucking knows that song, right? They were originally going to cut that out of the movie because they thought it dragged the pacing down, because the movie stops so she can sing the song while she's still in Kansas or whatever. And so there was this big fight about it, like whether they should leave the song in or take it out.
Oh man,
I mean, that was her big fucking moment.
That's the big moment in the movie.
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, in hindsight, you're like, duh. I mean, obviously that has to be in there. Holy crap.
That's what made the movie.
And she did that song on stage, like, until she died. And she always sang it with fucking conviction, man, because I saw, like, there was an interview with her, like, later on in her life, like, not long before she died. And she said she fucking believed in that. She believed in that song. She's like, my whole life I was looking for that place. You know what I mean? So it's
I
like
think everybody does.
Yeah, so she's like, that's why everybody like relates to that song, because everybody's looking for that.
Yeah.
And so, but they were gonna cut it out of the movie. They were gonna cut it out of the movie. They were, well, the movie's too long and it just drags the movie down, and it's like, we need to keep the plot going and blah blah blah. But it's
I
like,
say that movie probably wouldn't have been remembered without that fucking song. Actually.
I mean, it probably still would have, because there's other songs in it too. But it's like, man, that was a fucking showstopper. That fucking scene. And that was before she even gets to Oz. That was when it was still in sepia tone.
When you're watching that movie, though, that seems to be kind of like the culmination or the personification of that movie.
Yeah.
That's what that movie's about.
Yeah.
So
that's like the whole theme of it, like compacted in one fucking song.
Yeah, so I can't really imagine that. But they didn't know, because they hadn't seen the movie or the impact that it would have.
Yeah.
They were just going, they're playing it by ear, really, and looking at the... No. The movie would have been remembered without that movie, but it wouldn't have been as good.
God damn.
Yeah.
You need that.
Yeah.
Because that just summed up the whole theme of the movie, the whole theme of her character.
Yeah.
Like in 3 minutes or however long
that was the whole meaning of the movie.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So it's like, and man, she could fucking sing her ass off.
Well, whoever suggested to have it in there in the first place was correct.
Yes.
Yes.
And like I said, that is probably the song that is most associated with her. And she sang it, like I said, on stage up until she died.
And she's like at maximum charmoso. She's at maximum charm.
Yeah.
When she's singing that movie, in how it goes, when it leads up to that song, and like Jen says, they're not even at Oz yet.
Yeah, that's when she's
but
still
you
in
hear
Kansas.
that, you're like, okay, I know, I'm in a great movie now.
Well,
it is a great movie.
You understand that it's like the longing, like she wants something better, she wants something more, and it's like that's what the whole fucking movie's about.
Yeah, and the audience of the time is an audience that has experienced hardship. So no, that's the song that has to be in there. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever originally put it in there was absolutely correct.
Oh yeah.
I can understand studio execs might go, let's just take it out. No. Fuck no. Somewhere over the rainbow. Hell yeah.
Most of the time, I don't know what the percentage is. Studio executives, they're right sometimes, I will give them that. Most of the time, I feel like they're probably wrong.
No, artistically, that song has to be in there.
Yeah, it's got to be in there. How could that not be
That's
in there?
the mythology that is the key to the mythology of the entire movie.
Yeah.
All of the movie is like that. Every character finds its place over the rainbow. The fucking Cowardly Lion gets a heart. He gets bravery.
Yeah.
The fucking Tin Man gets a heart. You know what I mean? Fucking
Scarecrow gets a brain.
Yeah. What's that?
Scarecrow gets a brain.
Gets a brain. And then fucking Dorothy gets to go back home and have an appreciation for home. Fucking, you know, that's how I interpreted that part. But yeah, hell no, you gotta have that. She wanted to go back home, but I think she wanted to go back home, but she wanted fucking Toto not to be fucking put down, or what was it the chick wanted to do?
Miss Gulch.
She wanted something done with the dog.
Well, Miss Gulch tried to take her dog because the dog...
Yeah.
Did the dog bite Miss Gulch?
It was just
something
stupid.
like that.
Yeah.
But, like, there was a reason. Like, the dog was like, yeah, you're being a bitch. I'm just going to bite you.
Yeah.
And then Miss Gulch, I'm going to take him to the Humane Society or whatever it was and, like, have him put down.
It was a very self-contained movie, very much kind of like a ride at Disneyland. And it's kind of that same, very kind of an Americana self-contained moral lesson. It kind of simple but still charming, and yeah.
I mean, how much of that movie is like seeped into the public zeitgeist, and like maybe younger people don't even know.
I don't think the younger
where
people
some shit like comes from. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Like that's from the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like all of that shit.
Yeah. If you have kids that have never seen this movie, you gotta show it to them. It's part of your heritage as an American, and even Europeans would totally understand this.
Of course,
modern Europeans would totally understand it.
Of course.
Anywhere in the world, probably.
It's a universally beloved movie.
It's
for a reason.
It's about the future and having hope for the future.
Or
or
always hoping for something better. Always hoping for something better.
And everybody has something to offer.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has to play to their strengths. You know. That there's and it has to do with the goodness in mankind. You know. But it recognizes evil too. Yeah. You know, the fucking Wicked Witch and her monkeys and shit.
Although I like that
they were haters.
There's a good witch in it too.
Evil tends to fucking the root cause of evil is actually haters, motherfuckers that are jealous. That's part of what it is. Yeah. Those little slippers. That dog. Yeah, you're pretty. Yeah, that's.
I don't like it. I'm gonna fuck everything up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Although the Wicked Witch was a good character.
Oh yeah.
Margaret Hamilton fucking crushed that role.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. And not a stereotypically good-looking woman, but look at her actual like fucking studio photos of her. Probably pretty good in bed.
Now Tom's like contemplating.
Probably pretty good in bed.
What would it like to bang the Wicked Witch of the West?
Well, sometimes girls that, you know what I mean, fucking look like they were neglected because she has a big nose. All right, that's really the only thing. And that she didn't have classically pretty features, even by today's standards. But there was nothing about her that was ugly, really. You know what I mean? She wasn't obese, or it wasn't a bunch of different combinations. She looks intelligent. I'll tell you that. That actress would have been great in a role of a female Vulcan in Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
That should have been great, you know. Like Spock's sister. Yeah, she'd have been like something like that.
Like I said, she had a long career. I mean, she was in a lot of stuff. So.
Yeah. She looked cool.
I mean, that was kind of... I mean, Wicked Witch of the West is the role she's most associated with. But I've seen her in other things.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? They're talking about how Wizard of Oz lines up with Dark Side of the Moon, the Pink Floyd album.
I've heard that.
Which Klaus did not know. Yeah, that's like...
I've heard that.
I've never done it personally, but high people...
Yeah, when you get high.
The country over. There's an urban legend. I don't know if it's an urban legend, because it might be
It's not
true.
an urban legend. It's just a fucking...
That if you line up Dark Side of the Moon at a specific point... I've heard different points. Like when Wizard of Oz starts.
To start the
like when we start... it's supposed to start at the MGM logo, or... I think you're supposed to start at the MGM logo when that comes on the screen.
For you youngsters who are too young to know what the fuck's going on, Dark Side of the Moon is a Pink Floyd album. Okay. And it is a very good Pink Floyd album. I would say most people in Anglo-American or the English-speaking culture, that includes, you know, probably most of Europe too, that, you know, with you could probably include them also, that is like the ultimate Pink Floyd album, even though there's a lot. I love a lot of their albums. That was probably like their most commercial album that was like still artistically viable. And you could start playing the Dark Side of the Moon album as you start fucking Wizard of Oz, and if the songs line up with what's happening on the screen, if you turn the volume down or off on on Wizard of Oz, they're supposed to line up. And the theory was, this is between people that smoke a lot of weed and drop acid. The theory is that it was kind of made to coincide with fucking Wizard of Oz. That it was all pre-planned, okay? But I'm telling you right now, it wasn't. It was just a coincidence. And
I've never done it. So
I've never done it myself. I've heard descriptions. Well, when this happens, this is happening.
I'm sure somebody's done it on YouTube where they lined it all up.
But the human mind has a very good ability of drawing fucking connections between things that are sometimes not
even
connected.
when things are not
really connected.
Yeah, that's just kind of how brains work.
It's just, especially when you're on LSD.
Oh yeah.
And I think a lot of those guys were dropping acid, which is a great drug. We love it. When we get it, we drop it. It's hard to find now. Hard to find good acid, but no, it's not.
They didn't do it on
Pink
purpose.
Floyd didn't do it on purpose.
They didn't do it on purpose.
That's just
it
people
just
that get high.
kind of happens, and people made the association, and there's like an urban legend.
Well, I'm gonna say the best Pink Floyd album, if you ask me, was fucking Echoes, or Metal. It was called Metals, Medley. What it's called? I think Medley. I think I like that one. It had echoes on it. I love that one. And Seamus, fucking had a lot of good songs. Great British prog rock band. And the goth in me would fucking listen to fucking John Lydon would say, why the fuck you listen to fucking Pink Floyd? Because they hated that shit. But no, there's good music in all the genres.
I can like punk and goth, and also kind of like some prog rock.
Some
of it I don't like. Some of it is like super self-indulgent. But yeah. I like Pink Floyd.
The Pink Floyd was kind of fucking progressive and snooty. Slightly. But the Syd Barrett years, or the early shit, was fucking almost... That was really cool. It was almost like fucking...
Syd Barrett was a fascinating fucking... We should do a show about him one of these days.
Yeah.
He was a fascinating person. But yeah. We should probably do Bowie first, but... We should do Bowie and Syd Barrett. Holy crap. I'm not going to do it on the same show, though. So yeah, so where was I? Okay, so Wizard of Oz. So, as I said, because the character of Dorothy Gale was supposed to be much younger than obviously Judy Garland was. She was 16, and obviously 16. They did try to do various things to make her look younger. So they put her in this kind of gingham dress that was supposed to make her not look so curvy. They put like a corset thing on her to like squish her boobs down. And for a time, and actually I found a picture of this. Let me see if I can... Do I have it on here? Is it this one? No, that's not it. No, that's not it. This one. They had her hair blonde at first. Because I saw like a bunch of the photos that they had of the different screen tests and stuff. And yeah, that's not her natural hair. So they were like, I wonder what that would look like if it was blonde. So they were going to do her blonde at first. But then they were like, nah, that's not going to work. So they're just going to let her go with her darker hair, which they thought would like pop better and made her look like a little bit younger. That was kind of why they did the ruby slippers too, because obviously in the book they were silver, but they thought red would look better. Like on screen it would pop more, so that's why they did ruby slippers instead of silver. Now, so obviously she's in this movie. The movie ended up costing the modern day equivalent of about $35 million.
You showed a picture of Judy and I was gone. Can you show it again? Let me see.
Well, this was the one. This was what they wanted her to look like. That was her with the blonde hair.
Look at that girl. Look how cute that girl is. How could she think that she was a hunchback? How could they come up with that shit that she was... No,
That's
she's
how
cute.
People suck, man.
Yeah, no, she's super cute. The space between her eyes is like, I would say that's kind of correct. That's an attractive... The lips.
Well, and here's an old... Where's this old one? That's a later...
Yeah.
Like, look at that.
Hell yeah! Look how cute that girl
Oh,
is.
but she's fat.
She's fat. Yeah, sure she's fat.
Holy crap.
Yeah, right. No, she's cute.
Holy crap.
Cute. Looks great.
Yeah.
That's just some studio exec talking shit, trying to get a lower price.
Like I said, they look like a fucking Skeksis, so they can't talk.
Yeah.
They're all like creepy old pedos. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just trying to
Talking about 13-year-old girls. Like,
I think they're just trying to get her scared so she can't demand as much money.
well, I think that, yeah, they're in a position of power, and
Yeah.
these are girls.
If
A lot
they
of
win-
times, like the actresses that came in, like if they were teenagers or like younger 20s or something, they're just trying to pull like a power move on you. So
Yeah,
they're
'cause
trying
what
to
do you-
insult you to
Because think about
make
it.
you feel insecure about yourself so you wouldn't stand up for yourself.
Well, not only that, think about it. What are you going to do? You're going to go in there and go, God, you look great. We're going to make millions of dollars off of you.
Although you'd probably
If
go
you-
farther with that approach.
No, that's not what happened. She goes, okay, well then instead of giving me $20,000 this movie, give me $40,000 this movie. So they're thinking of the dollars and cents, and they're like, shit, why are you here? Oh, you fucking suck.
Look at this troglodyte.
You should be happy that we're paying you. We should kick you off the fucking, you ugly motherfucker. You know you shouldn't be here. All right, I guess we'll make the movie. Here's your $10,000. That's what they're fucking doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we must.
I guess you're
Even though you look like
you're
a
ugly
troll.
ass. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That's pretty fucked up.
Well, they're assholes, man.
Well, obviously. Obviously. But yeah.
No, that girl's top 2% of the human population.
Like I said, I always
You're
thought Judy
talking about-
Garland was beautiful. I always thought she was
yeah,
beautiful.
that's top 2% of the human population. We talk.
Well, same with like when we did the show about Betty Davis and stuff like that. When we were talking about Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, I was just like, I always thought Joan Crawford was always seen as the more classically beautiful one, but I always thought Betty Davis was like better looking.
Well, it goes back to the charisma thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes a girl who isn't as physically attractive as another girl might be attractive overall more because of other factors in her character. Character goes a long way.
Oh yeah.
Goes a long way. Character's half of it. If you ask me, half of it.
I mean, that's true of everybody. Like
Yeah.
women, men, everybody.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, good looks will get a foot in the door, but
To seal the deal is personality.
you gotta back that
Yeah.
up with something.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of good-looking people,
Yeah.
and a lot of them are just like not.
I've hooked up with good-looking women before, and knocked it down, and had a good time, and then rapidly got sick of them because their personalities weren't there. You can't do anything when there's not much there. You might as well just get a fucking super good-looking sex doll.
Yeah.
Same thing. You're not going to be compelled to come back.
Yeah.
And so it's a 50-50 thing. Physicality, charisma. Physicality and personality. That equals charisma. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
The combined score. And fucking there are some charismatic elements that can overcome physicality. Just
Well, yeah, because
just
like I said,
the
I've
way it
seen
is.
some people that, you know, if physically, if you just like saw them, you'd be like they were nothing
Yeah,
special. But it's
yeah.
just like
You
if
see 'em
you
in
see
action.
them in action, you're just
You're
like, wow, like they're a lot
yeah,
sexier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we've all seen that. We know how that goes. So, Wizard of Oz was a massive hit with critics and with audiences. However, because it cost so much to make, the equivalent of about $70 million in today's money, and because a lot of the people that were going to see it were kids, which, you know, lower ticket prices, so it didn't make as much money as they wanted. So it actually did turn a profit, but not until a little bit later when because they kept like rerunning it like in theaters and stuff, because they would do that back then before they had TV. So every now and then they would rerun movies in the theaters and like everybody would go see them again. So then it started turning a profit, but it took a little while. It took like a couple years. Now, interestingly, Judy Garland got her only Academy Award. She was nominated for other ones, but she got her only Academy Award for this and for her performance in Babes in Arms. And it was a juvenile. It wasn't even I don't want to say it wasn't a real Academy Award, but it was like a juvenile one because she was a kid, you know what I mean? She was 16. So they gave her that, and sadly, that was the only Academy Award she got. I mean, she got Golden Globes and shit like that, like later on, but you know, I thought that was kind of shitty. She got nominated for shit later on, but she didn't get anything.
Klaus is a big Pink Floyd fan. He said he saw him 3 times live.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they were good. They're good.
But
I also like Roger Waters' solo stuff.
But they do say
Yeah.
the Dark Side of the Moon lines up with Wizard of Oz. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've never done it.
It's coincidence, though.
So
Klaus,
I don't know.
It's coincidence.
Yeah. I mean, it might be cool.
You
like I
can
said,
probably
if you're
on
high.
YouTube get a video of the two playing together so you can see. I'm sure somebody's made a video of that.
I'm sure they have, yeah.
Yeah, with Wizard of Oz with fucking...
One
Dark
day when
Side
I
of the
have
Moon
time,
behind
I'd be
it, yeah.
kind of curious to see if, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
If you're high, man, though, anything looks cool, especially on LSD, yeah. And everything's going to look cool. You're going to draw parallels and conclusions. Go, oh, yeah, they definitely knew. No, they didn't know. Then somebody asked, do you think that Judy Garland ever smoked weed? I would say probably not. Weed was fucking kind of like more subversive than fucking morphine.
Yeah, she was more a pillhead.
Pills and morphine, probably.
And yeah, she did morphine also. And I've heard that she was also like a bad alcoholic, but then I've also heard other sources that said no.
Weed was something in California that Mexicans brought across the border, and they smoked it. Cowboys knew about it and everything, and it started to compete against alcohol in the 1800s, and then they kind of illegalized it because it was competing with alcohol sales. That's really all it was. Didn't do it any danger. And by the time Judy Garland was around, that wasn't a real popular drug with rich people. Popular drug with rich people would have been methamphetamine and morphine.
Beesness said, I've done it. The whole Wizard of Oz, Dark Side of the Moon thing.
Yeah.
It does line up. I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've just never done it.
It's coincidence, though.
But yeah, I think it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, a lot of movies that endure, that are popular,
Yeah.
tend to follow a specific formula. Mm-hmm. I mean, stuff that endures tends to follow a specific formula.
Yeah.
That's not denigrating it. I'm just saying that's usually why it sticks in people's minds. So, 1940, she was in 3 movies, and the third of these, which was called Little Nellie Kelly, that was her first adult role. Because remember how I said she was a teenager, but she looked like an adult woman, pretty much. But the studio was constantly trying to put her in, like, not little kid roles, but trying to make her, like, wholesome girl next door kind of roles. And I think she was kind of disillusioned with that. She wanted to be, you know, an adult star. She wanted to be glamorous, like her, you know, like Lana Turner or somebody like that. She wanted to be like that. And I think she was upset that she didn't really ever get that. You know what I mean? That she was always this awkward teenager, ugly duckling type of thing that they were always giving her. But they did let her be in an adult role in 1940. And she actually played 2 roles in that. She was a mom and a daughter. And did pretty well, actually. That was the only death scene that she that she ever did in her entire career. Now, like I said, she's still in her teens at this point. She's 18, 19, I think. Maybe not even that old. And she gets into a relationship, one of many, with older men, none of which worked out super good. The first relationship she got into was with the band leader, Artie Shaw, very famous band leader. And she was super, super, super in love with him. He was obviously quite a bit older than she was. And she was super into him. They had a thing. And then he eloped with Lana Turner, which really fucking... Because that was one of the women... She hung out with Lana Turner, but that was one of the women that she idolized. She wanted to be like that. And so the fact that the dude that she loved ran off with that woman, I think that just kind of, like, reinforced that she was, like, not as good as them. You know what I mean? It kind of... That's how that kind of struck me. Because she was real upset about that. So she then began a relationship with a musician called David Rose. Now, he was 12 years older than her. and he proposed to her on her 18th birthday. A little creepy. Now, MGM...
Not in those days. That's not creepy.
Well, no, but MGM at this point, because they fucking own your ass, they had not previously approved of this relationship, so they were not happy about it. Because Judy Garland, for them, their whole marketing of her was wholesome girl next door. They're like, so her being married or like in a public relationship or something like that, that's not going to fly.
Yeah.
Especially with someone that's that much older.
This gets back to what I said earlier, that they were all typecast.
Yeah.
Fucking
Well, they had a type for you.
Yeah, the studio typecast you on purpose. And as you aged, they sometimes didn't know what to do with you.
So they would just chuck you out.
Yeah.
As we talked about on our Betty Davis / Joan Crawford show, those two women were kind of pioneers a little bit in women that had careers their whole entire lives up until they were old ladies.
Yeah.
Because prior to that, that didn't really happen all that much. Honestly, if you were a star, like a female star particularly, like the male ones tended to last longer, obviously.
Well, Mae West lasted a long time, though.
She did, yeah, but she was like an outlier.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like your kind of big Hollywood stars wouldn't really last that long. And then when she aged out, they didn't really know what to do with you. And they were just kind of like, okay, get out of here.
West broke the mold where she got famous when she was old. She was already old.
She was 40 when she was in movies, almost.
Right. And in those days, that was old.
Yeah.
And she was a sex symbol.
She started as an older lady. Not that old, but...
And dudes thought she was hot.
Yeah.
She had, and like goes back to what we said before, wasn't so much her physicality, it was her personality and the shit that she said and did on screen, what she was willing to do. She was a MILF.
Yeah.
Cougar. The original Hollywood cougar.
Yeah.
Older woman that would tear you down.
Yeah, she owned that shit.
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing.
She knew exactly what she was doing.
Like I said, she was very, very shrewd.
Kind of invented the cougar fucking stereotype. She went with that and lived for a long time. Yeah.
Big time. And like I said, she was kind of the first one to do that, and she was massively
effective. Real super famous, got real rich. She was the curvy older woman that went after younger muscle men. She liked, and she did that in real life. She liked masculine muscle men. She would date black guys, and it was people knew that she was dating black guys back then, and it didn't affect her It didn't affect her popularity. They liked her even more. She was like the ultimate gangster girlfriend too. She was like something that gangsters would go for. She had a kind of a gangster Brooklyn kind of. Wasn't it Brooklyn?
I think she was.
Brooklyn accent and shit. Yeah, she was awesome, real cool.
But yeah, so this guy, 12 years older, he proposes when Judy Garland is 18. Now, at the time, I should note, David Rose was already married to Martha Raye, who younger people, actually even people my age, might just remember as the old lady that was in those denture commercials. But she was actually a big star back in the old days and was quite hot back in the day. And so him being married to somebody else and also proposing to an 18-year-old like as soon as she turned 18, a little weird. The studio thought that was a little creepy. So they were like, yeah, we didn't approve of this. I don't like it. But so Rose says, okay, well, tell you what, we'll get married after my divorce from Martha Raye is finalized. So they had to wait a year. Now, while they waited all that time, Judy Garland did allegedly have a relationship with another songwriter named Johnny Mercer, very famous songwriter. Also quite a bit older. And then they broke up. So Judy Garland and David Rose, were married in 1941. Now, at this point, Judy Garland was only 19 years old. So they moved to Bel Air, and like I said, MGM not really having it. They're trying to, like I said, the studios back then had a lot more control over their commodities lives than they probably do nowadays. So, Yeah, so they were trying to control a bunch of shit, and also her mom was not a big fan and was trying to like break them up. Now, Judy Garland got pregnant with his kid in 1941. And her mother and the studio reportedly forced her to get an abortion because they thought it would ruin her career. So yeah. And evidently her husband was even like, yeah, like this is going to ruin your career. You should probably do that shit, you know? So they made her go and get an abortion. The first of two. Because she was forced to get 2 abortions. This was the first one. So, yeah. So they made her go get an abortion, which, like I said, at the time was illegal. But you could still do it. Like I said, not great conditions. But they took her
Hollywood
someplace.
did all kinds of shit illegally.
Yeah, they took her someplace.
Including murder.
And, yeah, they took her someplace and, quote-unquote, took care of it. She was not happy about it because she actually did want the kid. But her mom and the studio and even her husband at the time were pressuring her. And so they basically drove her to the place and made her get an abortion. So that's how that happened. Now, so they separated in January of 1943 and then later divorced in 1944. This would be the first of her 5 husbands. Like I said, and I'm not saying that judgmentally because I kind of feel like she was always kind of just looking for somebody that would love her. And I kind of feel like a lot of people didn't. I kind of feel like a lot of people were just trying to like get what they could out of her, you know? So, now here's the thing. So she did her next movie, 1942, For Me and My Gal. And this was, she performed with Gene Kelly, which was his first screen appearance. Obviously, very famous Gene Kelly. Now, in the next movie she did, though, which is called Presenting Lily Mars, she was actually made over to, like, look more glamorous. Because that was what she'd always wanted, right? They were trying to make her look like girl next door kind of thing. And she didn't really like that. She was kind of, 18, 19, 20 years old at this point. And so she wanted more adult roles. She wanted to look glamorous, you know what I mean? So they actually did some shit to her. Like they lightened her hair, pulled it up, like into an updo, and shit like that. And it's like, it was like a lot better, you know what I mean? But despite that, she was still like super, super insecure about how she looked. She did like that better, but it still wasn't enough for her. 1943, she had an affair with another actor called Tyrone Power, who was, again, quite famous. And they forced her to get another abortion. That was the second of her 2 abortions that were forced. So they made her get another one. Because, like I said, they thought it would ruin her career. So, got to get rid of that problem. Now, 1944, she did a musical, Meet Me in St. Louis. Probably one of the best known. After Wizard of Oz, I kind of feel like Meet Me in St. Louis was probably her best known movie. Now, the songs that she did in this, particularly the trolley song, and Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, which, if you don't know, she did that song in this movie. That song was written for this movie in 1944, and she was the first one that did it. And the hilarious thing is that the first lyrics of it, maybe some of y'all know, the first lyrics of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, kind of a bummer. I think the first lines were, Have yourself a merry little Christmas. It might be your last or our last. I was like, that kind of sounds like a threat. And she was like, I'm not singing that. Like, that sounds terrible. Like, that like fucking, my audience is not gonna do that. So they had to like change the lyrics, and she didn't want to do it. But eventually, because I think in the movie she's singing it to like a little girl. So that's kind of a weird thing to sing. It's a bummer song, like the original version. So they changed the lyrics, and it all turned out okay. And that is now like obviously a Christmas standard, but that's where that song came from that movie in 1944. And so they glammed her up for that, and she was super, super jazzed. Now, the dude that directed it, whose name was Vincent or Vincente Minnelli, he directed it. And he was the one that suggested the makeup artist, Dorothy Ponadell, I think is how you pronounce her last name. And Judy Garland liked what that makeup artist did so much for her for this movie because she looks amazing in this movie. Like her hair and her face, and she just looks great. And she liked that so much that she kept that makeup artist for like ages. She's like, yeah, make me look like that all the time. Because they did, and if they changed her hairline, they changed her eyebrows, like they redid her eyebrows. And they took out all the shit that MGM had made her, like all that shit in her nose that was like making her nose look turned up. And, you know, they put all that shit in her nose, like to make it turned up and all that. So they took all that out. They filled her lips out a little bit, like with makeup. And, you know, she still looks like her, obviously, but she looks like really, really good. And because the makeup artist did such a good job, like she really liked that look, and she like kept her like in the contract, like all the movies she did for MGM. Now, around this time also, Judy Garland also had a little bit of an affair with Orson Welles, very famous Orson Welles.
When he was skinny or fat?
Well, he was still skinny at this
Still
point.
skinny,
This
okay,
is
yeah.
1945.
I can imagine because he crushed that little fucking girl, his fat ass.
No, he only got fat later.
Okay, yeah.
You're only seeing him as fat
Yeah.
because we saw him as fat. Like, no, like he was quite handsome when he was younger.
Yeah.
But he was also married at this point. He was actually married to Rita Hayworth.
Yeah.
This just goes to show. See, this should have told Judy Garland right there. Rita Hayworth, one of the most beautiful women probably to ever exist. And the fact that Orson Welles was married to Rita Hayworth and would still cheat on her with Judy Garland, that should tell Judy Garland that it's like, you are still hot. Because look what he's got at home. And still. Although it could just say that, like, dudes don't give a shit and they'll just hit anything that moves.
Yeah.
Probably that second thing is more likely.
Yeah.
It doesn't really
Dudes will
matter.
hit anything as long as they like it.
But yeah,
We're programmed that way.
I guess so.
Spread the seed. What do we have to lose from? What do we have to lose?
Yeah, sadly, nothing.
We're not gonna get pregnant. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
was reinforced through.
You might get a disease, but maybe not.
They're not even worried about that. They're not even really all that worried about that. Once the
Y'all don't have
process
anything
has
to worry
started,
about.
if he's young and he's horny, he's gonna do it.
Must be nice.
They're just trying to.
Must be nice.
Evolution has selected that behavior in men. You know, when you get a little bit older, you're kind of more discerning, though. So, a lot of women don't turn you on because you know what that is. You're like, oh, okay, it's one of these.
Seen it.
Yeah, seen it. I know what I'm dealing with here.
Seen it.
But you know, you're less discerning when you're young.
That's true. Yeah.
When I say young, I'm talking about y'all motherfuckers under 40 in your 30s and 20s. You're less teens. Fucking shit, man. I'd have fucked anything in my teens. Any woman.
I think most dudes.
Yeah.
would. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be okay. Well, I'll try this out. Because really, what does a guy have in his teens have to worry? What does he have to
Like
lose?
I said, you don't have anything to.
Yeah.
She's the one that bears all the risk.
Right.
You know. So.
Just women get mad. But
And
that's just how it is.
well, dudes don't have any empathy also at that age, so
No.
they don't really care.
No, that's not selected.
And like
In
honestly,
evolution.
a lot of them don't have it when they're older either.
A lot of dudes at that age don't even really have a sense of self-preservation.
No, of course they don't.
Okay.
It's like they'll just do dumb suicidal shit.
Yeah. They'll fucking jump into a fight that they're going to lose and they get killed, but that was selected in nature. You know?
Yeah. They have Darwin Awards for a
Mm-hmm.
reason.
Darwin Awards exist for a reason.
And and I will note that the Darwin Awards books and the website and stuff like that, I think that's like 95% dudes.
Yeah. It's a Hold My Beer Award.
It's pretty
Yeah.
much. But you gotta get killed before you
Hold my beer.
reproduce. That's the
Yeah.
criteria for a
Yeah.
Darwin Award. You can't have reproduced already because then you've already put your genes into the next generation. Like, but if you die doing something stupid before you've reproduced, then that is classic Darwin Award.
I'm gonna tell you, I'll tell you all women from experience. Okay. Most men do not have a discerning palate until a little bit after 30. That's when guys kind of really, and the thing is that that's really when dudes kind of become
Human.
Well, they become more players in the game after 30. 35, you're a lot stronger. 40, that's when you're really good at 40. If a motherfucker does not have his shit together at 40, he's never going to get it together.
No. Don't even bother.
No.
That's just a project, and you don't want that project.
A dude doesn't even understand the game, you know what I mean, and until 35. And then at 40, you're playing the game. You know. At 18, shit, you don't even know that there is a game. You know what I mean? I'm looking back on it, no, I was totally unaware. Yeah, totally unaware. Even in my 20s, I was just starting to get a glimmer of understanding. You know, when I was
Dudes
in the military
are kind of slow on the uptake also.
Well, it's supposed to be that way. Because knowing too much might get in the way of killing mastodons and mammoths, and that's the only thing that's needed for
Those
you.
are extinct, though.
Yeah, but we were created in those days. You know what I mean? And fucking.
Y'all don't have to do that anymore. Is that right?
Well, I was kind of doing the modern version of that at that time. But you know, let's go ahead and get back to this.
Yeah, thank you.
I was joining armies and stuff at that time, so that's a similar and going into wars. You know, the first Gulf War. So that was a modern day equivalent of hunting mastodons. To, you know, my masculine street cred is fucking assured, bro. I got the wars to fucking prove it and all the going. Jen knows more than I'll see on the show, but I'm not scared of going to jail. I've been in and out of fucking jails. Okay. I'll commit what other people consider to be crimes. I really don't care about it. Just at the time, I thought what I was doing was the right thing. You know, I'm more honor based. I'm not legalist based. But you know, I'm dumb. You know.
You're not that dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dumb. You know. I still win. I always win.
From
win.
my perspective, all dudes are dumb.
Yeah,
but, you know.
yeah. Even when I'm losing, I'm winning
kind of
because I'm learning things. I'm getting stronger. So like what Nietzsche said, that which didn't kill you makes you stronger. And it's exactly the truth. Yeah. If you're a young guy and you're not really getting in trouble, then really you're not on the right path. You need to be in some kind of trouble, or I'm not going to trust you.
Well, not bad trouble.
Well, you got to fail before you can succeed.
Well, yeah.
You got to have lots of failures.
That's
or you won't understand.
Well, that's how you learn.
That's how you learn, right.
That's how you learn.
That's how you get your street cred.
So, yeah. So, how did we get off on that? Okay, so, affair with Orson Welles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I was saying, Orson Welles married to Rita Hayworth at the time. One of the hottest women ever. And still messed around with Judy Garland. But, you know, I don't think the affair lasted that long. But, like, after they broke up, they still, like, stayed friends afterwards, which I thought was kind of nice. But now, because of all this, when she was doing Meet Me in St. Louis, Judy Garland ended up getting into a relationship with the director, Vincent or Vincente Minnelli. And so they started going out. And they actually ended up getting married in June of 1945. And less than a year later, they had a daughter who you might have heard of, Liza Minnelli. That was her first daughter. He was also significantly older than her. But I don't know, like, I kind of feel like it was an okay relationship. Like, some of her relationships were okay. A couple of them were kind of abusive. I kind of feel like this one was, maybe okay. I don't know.
Let me say something.
Okay.
They're in there in the comment section fighting Klaus up in Norway, fighting about peanuts. He never heard of boiled peanuts. The South was built on peanuts after cotton.
Honestly, I'm Southern. I love roasted peanuts.
Boiled peanuts.
I don't really like boiled peanuts.
Yeah, boiled peanuts are better, man. You use Cajun spice. There's all different kinds of spice.
They make them all squishy. It's not good.
Klaus, a boiled peanut is kind of like a pea.
It's like a bean.
Like a bean or a pea.
Well, it's the same family.
Yeah. When you crack them up.
I like when they're roasted like
they're selling them on the streets. You can sell them anywhere here. Boiled peanuts.
Yeah, they're usually you drive
hot.
up the road, and there's like a stand on the corner, and they have all these different flavors of like boiled peanuts. They sell them in like convenience stores too.
Yeah. So when you think of a peanut, it's a dry, hard, crunchy thing.
No, I like them like that.
A lot of people, but most of the world knows them. But in the South, we don't know them is that. I mean, that is a peanut, but the better peanut is a hot, steamy, boiled peanut. They come in a big old fucking plastic bag. Motherfucker just boiled them on the side of the road. And they boil them in crab boil and all different kinds of seasonings. You open them up and you pull them out of there and you eat them. They're like eating beans. It's kind of like eating beans. They're soft.
Yeah,
and they taste great. They're delicious.
Like I said, I like peanuts because they're crunchy. So when you bite into a peanut and it's like that, I'm just like grossed out.
I like roasted peanuts, but boiled peanuts is much better.
I know you like.
She doesn't like them.
I don't like them.
But she's not telling you the truth. The truth is that boiled peanuts are better than roasted peanuts.
The truth is, I was born in the South and you were not.
But I was actually not born in the South. I was born in California. But my parents were Southern. I came back. I was born in California. But my parents
might
were
as
from
well
the
eat
South.
beans.
I came back.
Might as well eat beans.
I was raised here though, and in Brazil, South America.
Klaus says in Norway it's a thing with peanuts and a bottle of Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Ooh, now see
They had that in the South.
That's kind of a Southern thing too.
Yeah, my dad used to eat that.
Like
they pour a whole bunch of fucking peanuts in a Coke in a fucking glass of Coca-Cola and fucking.
Yeah, I never did that, but like
that's
a bunch of rednecks I knew.
Redneck is shit.
When I was a kid.
Y'all are rednecks up there in the hinterland.
Yeah, that's some redneck shit.
Yeah, yeah. We're rednecks too.
I don't like that though. I don't like Coke either. Honestly.
You need to research boiled peanuts and boil some. But you need to start with fresh peanuts. You can't take a roasted peanut and boil it.
And they have all kind of flavors.
Fresh peanut.
Like they have like super hot ones. Like they have
dill,
jalapeno,
fucking Mexican flavor.
There's
crab
like
boil.
Yeah, there's like
seasoning.
a food truck.
Yeah.
Like a couple miles up the street. And they park on the corner, and they have like all these signs, and they have like 6 different flavors.
Yeah, and they come hot in a bag. They're hot. You
bag.
pop them open, and water comes out of them. You eat them, and the shit gets everywhere. You gotta eat them outside.
I don't.
It's
like
kind of like eating fucking crawfish.
I don't like them.
Like boiled crawfish.
It's not my thing. Like I said, I love peanuts, but
yeah.
All right, so where was I? Okay, so 1946, Liza Minnelli was born. Obviously, you might know Liza Minnelli. She's also very fucking famous. And her career trajectory was very similar to her mom's, I feel. She's still alive, right? Isn't Liza Minnelli still alive?
She might be. She'd be really old now.
Well, yeah, she's probably in her 80s, but
yeah.
You know what I mean? She was always pretty cool.
Yeah.
Too. So, 1945, Judy Garland got her first dramatic movie, which was called The Clock. And the movie made some money and got, good reviews and stuff like that. But I think a lot of people were disappointed because they wanted her to sing in it and she didn't sing in it. Because previous to this, obviously that was her big thing, was her singing. And so they put her in musicals or other movies where she would sing. And this one she didn't. She was just playing a straight role. So I think a lot of people were like weirded out, you know what I mean? So she did a bunch of other movies in the 40s. Many of which were musicals because, like I said, that was kind of her thing. So she's making a movie called The Pirate in the 1940s. And she had the first of her nervous breakdowns. As I said, probably not surprising because she had been on multiple drugs for many years, had been kept awake for days at a time for many years. Was on all these fucking weight loss. She wasn't really eating much. Like I said, her whole diet. Like I said, they put her on like the chicken soup and coffee and cigarette diet, pretty much for many years at a time. So I'm not really sure how fucking healthy she was. So she had a nervous breakdown around this time, and they put her in a sanatorium. And she did actually finish filming the movie, but in 1947. She made what is largely believed to be her first suicide attempt. It was kind of more a cry for help, I think, than anything else. She used broken glass, like to cut at her wrists and stuff like that. And so at this point, they put her into a psychiatric hospital in Massachusetts. For observation. The movie got released in 1948, and it was actually kind of a failure. It didn't really make any profit. So, that probably exacerbated that whole fucking thing. And the thing about it was that the reason why it probably didn't make a lot of money was because it cost a lot to make, but there were also like a lot of times where she was having problems and she couldn't come in, she was late or something like that, and that was like adding to the cost and everything. So there were a lot of delays, and that probably didn't help. And like I said, the public wasn't really into they're like, this is not the role we're used to seeing her in. Like, she's not singing, it's like just like a regular role and stuff like that, and like people maybe didn't want to see her like that. So she did eventually come out, and she was in a movie with Fred Astaire, actually, in Easter Parade, which was a musical in 1948, and that was a huge hit. Actually, Gene Kelly was supposed to be in Easter Parade first, but then like he broke his ankle or something, and then like Fred Astaire got brought in, and she was in it, and that was like a massive hit. I think that was like the highest grossing musical that year. So she could still pull, even though she was having problems, obviously. Now, because Easter Parade had been such a massive hit, MGM says, okay, we're going to do another musical. So they put Judy Garland with Fred Astaire again, and they were in another musical called Barclays of Broadway. And during the filming, Judy Garland was again taking barbiturates and some morphine. And some reports say that she was also becoming an alcoholic at this time. I don't know if that's true, because I've seen some reports disputing it also. But, she was on a bunch of pills. Nobody disputes that. So because of that, she ended up missing a bunch of shooting days. Like, she wouldn't show up, like, for days at a time. And so the doctor said, well, she can only do, like, 4 or 5 days at a time, and then she has to have, like, a long rest in between. And MGM decided they were going to suspend her. So they suspended her, and they replaced her in the movie with Ginger Rogers. Because she was, at this stage, becoming a little bit of a liability to them, I suppose. So she was suspended for a while. And then she gets brought back, and she was in a biopic called Words and Music, Roger and Hart, and she did a couple songs in that. That was actually her last film that she did with Mickey Rooney, who she'd been in a bunch of films with previously. And that film really didn't do all that good, though. It barely made its money back. And when she was suspended, she seemed like she had kind of got a little bit of her health back. She had gained a little bit of weight, which she actually needed, because she was a little bit underweight at that point, because they'd been starving her and she was on pills and stuff. Now, so she came back in the autumn of 1948, and she comes back to MGM, and she was going to be in this musical called Good Old Summertime, and June Allison was actually supposed to be in it, but she got pregnant, so they replaced her with Judy Garland. This was 1949. Now, this movie actually turned out being pretty good. Like, even though they said Judy Garland showed up late, like, a few times, but it actually works out okay. Like, the film ended, like, 5 days ahead of schedule. It was all fine. And this movie was also significant because it was the first screen appearance of Liza Minnelli when she was 2 years old. At the end of the film, there's a scene where Judy Garland is holding the little girl's hand with a thing, and that's Liza Minnelli. That's her daughter right there, when she was 2. Now, this movie ended up being a huge box office hit. So, again, like I said, it kind of seems like despite all of her problems, she still seemed to be able to, like, pull it out. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, a couple movies came along, and it's like, man, she didn't show up, and it was like she got suspended, she got fired, or whatever. But it's like, then she'd come back and do a movie, and it was like a huge hit again. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think that's what a lot of people admire about her, is that she was just fucking resilient, man. Like, you couldn't fucking keep her down, you know? So at this point, they cast her in an adaptation of Annie Get Your Gun. She was going to play Annie Oakley. she didn't really, she was kind of anxious about this role because, like I said, she wanted to be seen. She had been the ugly duckling for so long that it's like she wanted roles that made her look glamorous. And Annie Oakley, not a real glamorous role, right? She's going to be like kind of dirty and kind of plain looking. And so she wasn't really sure about it. And also, the role had also been, associated strongly with Ethel Merman, and she's like, I don't know if I want to step on that dick. So she wasn't. She was real upset about it, like anxious about it. Also, the director of it, very famous Busby Berkeley, and he was kind of known as being a real fucking authoritative, I guess, director. Not real cool with actors and stuff like that. She didn't really like the way that he directed things, and they kind of clashed a lot. And he accused her of having an attitude and having like not being all that enthusiastic about it. And she actually went and complained to Louis Mayer and tried to get him fired off the movie. And it didn't work out, so she started going passive aggressive with it and wouldn't show up on the set for days at a time and like all this other kind of stuff. And at this period, it should be noted that she was also, I think she was an inpatient at this time, I'm not entirely sure, but at this stage where they were doing electroshock therapy for depression and stuff, she was doing that reportedly. So she was going and getting like electroshock therapy. So she was doing that. So, it wasn't a great situation. Eventually she did get fired from the movie in May of 1949 and was replaced by Betty Hutton. So she didn't even get to be in that. Now at this point, Judy Garland goes into a hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, and they actually were able to get her off all of the drugs she was on. And while she was in there, she actually kind of got back to normal. Like, she was able to eat like a normal person and sleep like a normal person, which probably the first time that happened for a very long time. You know what I mean? So in 1943, she goes back to LA. Now, she's gained a little bit of weight, but she was underweight prior, so she was actually like at a healthy weight nowadays. Now, they cast her when she came back in a movie called Summer Stock, and Gene Kelly was in that too. And the thing about it, though, was that when she came back to be in the movie, the studio was like, you're too fat. Here's some pills. And it just got her right back on the shit again. You know what I mean? She had spent all this time getting off of them, had gained some weight back, she looked like super healthy, all this other kind of shit. But the second she went back to be in a movie, well, you're too fat. I think she'd gained like 15 pounds or something, and she'd been underweight before. So they made her go back on the pills again because they're like, you're too fat. So they made her go back on the shit. And obviously that didn't turn out well. And as the filming went on, she started the same pattern again where she would show up late, she wouldn't show up for filming or whatever. They did finish the movie though. They did finish it in spring of 1950. But then they decided, well, we want Judy to do another musical number because that's what she's known for, right? So she was like, okay, well, I'll do it, but the song has to be Get Happy, which, like I said, it's funny because I was watching a documentary earlier about Judy Garland, and they showed that clip from that movie, and I was like, I've had Get Happy like stuck in my head since then. It's a great song, honestly. So, yeah. So by this time, the pills had actually allowed her to like lose the 15 pounds she gained. So if you see her in that, in that scene where she does Get Happy, she does not look fat by any stretch of the imagination. She's actually like quite, not thin, but she looks like just regular. She looks like fucking thin, you know what I mean? So yeah, so she did that. And then it came out in fall 1950, Summer Stock did. And it was a huge, again, hit. But because of all the delays because of her not showing up and all this other kind of stuff. The film actually ended up being a loss for the studio, even though, you know, it made like a whole bunch of money. You know, it had cost so much money to make it that they didn't make their money back. So Judy next got cast in the movie Royal Wedding, again with Fred Astaire. And again, after Judy Nelson became pregnant again in 1950. And again, she would not show up to the set. And the studio suspended her contract in June of 1950. And she got replaced with someone else, Jane Powell, in this situation. Now, after this incident, where she got suspended by MGM again, there was another suicide attempt. Now, from what I could discern, it seems like the press kind of overblew this a little bit. It seems like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not great, obviously, but it's just kind of like, it seems like what happened was that she tried to cut her neck, you know, like with, I think it was like a piece of broken glass or something. But from what I could figure out, it seems like it was pretty minor. Like all it needed was like a band-aid or something like that. It seemed like it was just like a cry for help. But the press made it seem like, oh my God, she slashed her throat. She did this and that and the other thing. I don't think it was as bad as anyone said. But like I said, I think it was just like a cry for help, honestly, is what it was. What she said at the time, like they asked her about it later. And her quote about it was, all I could see ahead was more confusion. I wanted to black out the future as well as the past. I wanted to hurt myself and everyone who had hurt me. So, like I said, I can see why she did it, but I think the press made more of it than it was. I don't think she was actually trying to die. I think she was trying to get help. You know what I mean? It was a cry for help is what it was. Because, you know, the wound was not that major. Now, so in September of 1950, after Judy Garland had been with MGM for 15 years, they actually parted ways at this stage. Because, like I said, she had been suspended like a couple of times. So at this point, because she was going through a little bit of a hard time, because she'd had a suicide attempt and she'd been kicked off her contract and all this other kind of stuff. Now, she was friends with Bing Crosby, very famous, and he had a kind of a recurring guest spot on Kraft Music Hall. And so he asked her to be on there and kind of like advocated for her. Like, hey, like she's a big star and she's going through some fucking shit and like you guys need to help her out. So he invited her on the radio show in 1950 in October. And she was kind of worried about it because she was like, man, they're going to know what I did. And it's like, because it was in all the papers. She slashed her own throat, like all this other kind of shit. So she was like really, really anxious. But everybody was like super, super supportive. She came out, everybody just went nuts and like clapped for her and everything like that. So it was like really good. So she ended up making 8 appearances on that show, the Bing Crosby show. And that was one of her many, many comebacks. Like that really kind of like you know, injected some shit into her career. Well, hey, Pookie.
Yeah, Pookie's sitting there looking.
Look at Pookie.
She wants to be on the show.
You want to be on the show?
Well, she was feeling left out.
Oh, nobody leave you out, Pookie.
She's like, my daddy.
But Daddy.
Yeah.
Look. Fucking...
Man, I played with her like 4 hours. I'm watching fucking YouTube and I'm playing with the string, and then she likes to pull on strings. I'll throw the string out. She grabs the string, gets on her back, and like all 4 feet on the string and biting it.
She is a daddy.
And she's like, pull on it, and I'll pull. And I'm like, I don't understand why pulling on a string is so entertaining to a kid. I don't get it. But I'll
She's
be
looking
sitting there
at
and
you
be
like,
doing that shit all fucking day. You got so much playtime, it's not even funny.
I don't know where you're no more now yet.
Yeah, she's fallen asleep before with the fucking string in her mouth. Yeah.
I'll go in there sometimes to like, tell Tom something, and she's on the floor with like the string like all
yeah.
just like
I'm like, yeah. She plays the string all fucking day.
Yeah. Oh, Klaus says she feels safe. I can tell. Oh, she is a daddy's girl.
Oh yeah.
She loves daddy. She loves me too, but she loves daddy more than anything.
Tries to wake me up in the middle of the night. That she's
She
scared.
climbs up on her chest.
Yeah, she's like
Hey.
scared. Too quiet.
It's like, hey.
Yeah, she's funny.
Yeah. She's super cute.
This is my daughter, my kitty daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have several kitty daughters.
Yeah.
It's like our other cat, Bambi, is like a mommy's girl.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want to come in here when the show's going on for some reason. But she bugs me all day.
Yeah.
She'll like sleep on my feet.
Look,
like,
she's
all day
licking
long.
my arm. She's licking my arm. You gonna lick my arm?
If you scratch her butt, she'll
start
lick
licking.
your arm.
She starts licking.
For some reason,
Yeah.
it's the weirdest thing.
She's trying to tell you how hard to scratch.
Yeah, she's like, I like that. She'll just lick and lick like all day long. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
So yeah. So she's on this show, and it was like a huge fucking boost to her career, right? Which at this point, like I said, she's just out of rehab or whatever the fuck, and she just had a suicide attempt and all this other kind of crap. But like I said, she's on the show. Everybody's massively supportive, and so she goes and tours Europe for 4 months, and there were huge fucking crowds, sellouts everywhere, like all around Europe in 1951. And then she did a concert tour of Ireland and just the UK. And then, again, sold out crowds, like fucking everywhere. And she did, like, this was one of the things that she was trying to bring back the vaudeville thing. Because obviously that had kind of died down. Since that's what she grew up in. That's what her parents did. And she kind of she got an award, like, actually, when she was older for, like, kind of revitalizing, like, the vaudeville.
Yeah, if you foreigners, vaudeville was a system of theaters before television and before movies.
It was like a variety.
Like a variety show.
Like, people would come up,
stage.
they'd sing and dance or juggle, or there were comedians or contortionists or, like, animal trainers or, like, all different kinds of stuff.
You had fucking Laurel and
It's like
Hardy.
a variety show.
You had Laurel and Hardy. Did
but
a bunch
live.
of good stuff, like little stand-up routines and stuff. It was just like a variety show on stage.
Yeah.
They didn't have TV. They didn't have, yeah.
So she kind of brought that back a little bit.
Yeah.
In the TV era, like when she toured around Britain in the 50s. And yeah, like it was hugely successful, which, like I said, is kind of crazy. This was one of like many fucking comebacks that she had. She had when she came back to the U.S., she did a show or a series of shows at the Palace Theater in Manhattan in 1951 that broke all of the records for the theater. And they said that was like the fucking best thing ever. And she actually got a Tony Award, like a special Tony Award for, like I said, for revitalizing vaudeville, essentially. Now, she was still married to Vincent or Vincente Minnelli, and they divorced this year. Again, I kind of feel like Vincent Minnelli, from everything I've known about him, it's like everyone thought he was gay, so they were like really surprised when he married her. So I kind of feel like that was a recurring theme, like in a lot of her marriages. Like I said, her dad was also suspected to be gay, or at least bisexual. So she was almost kind of looking for a father figure, but somebody like her actual dad, who I think may have been gay. So a lot of her husbands people thought they were gay, or they turned out to be gay, or something like that.
So I guess she identified that as a fucking alpha male daddy figure, and that's what she went for.
Perhaps so. But like I said, it's funny because like a lot of people said, yeah, Vincent Minnelli, they're like, wow, we were really surprised when he got married, because everyone, like, the first time he turned up on the set, he's had like full makeup on, and it's like everyone was pretty sure that he was pretty flaming. But
well, she might have been very impressed with that, kind of like the way
a
girl would be impressed with a goth dude.
Well, and she grew up in the vaudeville environment, so it probably wasn't as binary or shocking as it would be to like a normie, you know? Right. I mean? So it's like that's what she was used to, you know?
Yeah. She saw that as a high status male.
And like I said, I'm pretty sure her dad was at least bisexual also.
Yeah.
So it wasn't weird to her, I guess. So later on, in 1952, she actually ended up marrying Sidney Luft, who at that time was a tour manager and also her producer. And the two of them, like a lot of people seem to think that Luft was good for her. They were married, I think, 6 years, which, you know, I guess is pretty good for Hollywood standards. And they had a daughter, Lorna Luft, who, like I said, I knew her from Grease 2. She was in Grease 2. She was in a couple movies, mostly B movies, but she's had a very, very long stage career. I think is still ongoing. I'd have to check, but she started being in stages like a long time ago. Like she was doing shit with her mom, like back on TV, like back because she'd bring all her kids on, including Liza Minnelli. That's how Liza Minnelli got her start, like on TV with her mom. But she'd bring the other two kids on too, Lorna and Joey. So Lorna Luft ended up becoming an actress and also a singer in her own right. And then she also had a son named Joey Luft, who was also in the entertainment industry. I've seen some clips of him when he was a kid, like when they were on TV. Now, after that, in 1954, she was actually in another version of A Star is Born. Now, the original film came out in 1937, and this was like the first remake of it. It's been remade a couple times. Like there was one remake with what's her name? Was Bette Midler in that shit? Or no?
Which one?
A Star is Born.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
Bette Midler
Bette
or
Midler.
was it yeah? I think
Liza Minnelli.
No,
Bette Midler, I think.
or was that The Rose? What am I thinking
Shit.
of?
But
But
you know,
I mean, we saw there was
Lady Gaga did a reboot.
the
it was really
most
good.
recent version had Lady Gaga in it, and it was actually really, really good. We saw it in the theater.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think there's been 4 versions of it. The 1937 was the first one, but yeah. So she was in the second version, and it was hugely again very, very successful. They actually had started their own production company, her and her husband, and they got money from Warner Brothers, and it was a huge fucking big deal. However, there were, it wasn't smooth sailing. Let's put it that way. It went over budget. The head of Warner Brothers, Jack Warner, was like not happy about it. Blah blah blah. There were all this other kind of stuff. But it did premiere in September of 1954 and was a huge success. And honestly, here's the thing. Because the movie is so long, I kind of feel like a lot of studios still feel like this when really long movies. Because they're like, look, we can only show... If the movie's long, you can only show it so many times, like in the theater per day. Where it's like a shorter movie, you can show it a bunch more times. So people were like, maybe we should cut like half an hour out so we can show it like 5 times instead of 4 times. Like, you know what I mean? To make more money.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was obviously like artistically, like critics were like, please don't do that. Like, it's good the way it is. But it ended up making a bunch of money. It grossed about $54 million in today's money in its first release. But ended up losing money because it cost so much to make.
Which movie was this again?
Star is Born.
Okay, yeah.
A Star is Born. So even though it was very critically acclaimed and got a bunch of Oscar noms and stuff like that, because it cost so much to make, because of delays and blah blah blah, you know, they really didn't really work out the way they wanted. So Judy Garland's production company, which was called Transcona, didn't work with Warner Brothers anymore after that. But Judy Garland was nominated for Best Actress, and she was actually the favorite to win. Now, she couldn't go to the ceremony because she was pregnant and she was having a baby at that time. So here's the shitty thing. So a camera crew goes to her hospital room to film it because they think she's going to win. And then it ended up that she didn't win. Grace Kelly won. And as soon as it was heard that Grace Kelly won, they're like, oh, well, bye.
Bye.
They just
Fuck you.
out of her fucking
That's funny.
hospital room where she's like having a baby and
That's
stuff.
funny.
I was like, yeah, awesome. Yeah, Grace Kelly won.
Well, I guess they figured it was 50-50.
And honestly, it's like everybody, it seems, was mad that Judy Garland didn't win that year. They were like, you should have won. She got a message from Groucho Marx, and he said, he sent her a telegram, and he said that her losing was the biggest robbery since Brinks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she should have won. So it's like everybody thought she should have won.
Groucho Marx said
Yeah,
that shit.
but she didn't.
Yeah, and for you movie buffs, the biggest yielding movie of all times actually came from this era, if you were to adjust it in modern dollars, and that would have been Gone with the Wind. In adjusted dollars, that bitch almost made $5 billion.
Did it really have to go back and look?
Yeah.
I still haven't seen the whole thing. All
It
the
was
way
like
through.
4.7.
I've seen parts
Yeah.
of it, but I've never
Yeah.
sat and watched the whole thing. All
Gone with the Wind will never be beaten. It made, in adjusted dollars, $5 billion. Man, imagine that. It wasn't that much. It was like 4.7, but I remember thinking it was like close to $5 billion. No modern movie could do that.
Well, the problem with a lot of modern movies, even if they did make that much money, they cost so much to make
To make then the profit.
that it's like they don't get
Right.
much profit out of it.
Yeah.
You know?
I've
It'd be-
never actually seen Gone with the Wind.
Like I said, I've never seen the whole
Yeah.
thing straight through. I've seen like
Yeah.
big chunks of it. I've just never sat and watched the whole thing. You know?
I should see it. That's a Southern movie about the Civil War.
I feel like I probably should.
Yeah.
One day I should like sit
It's supposed
down.
to be excellent.
I should probably read the novel too.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do a comparison.
But
Oh, speaking of which, if you guys like on my other channel where I do book versus movie comparisons, I'm gonna do, maybe not this week, but maybe next week, I'm gonna do a comparison between the Shirley Jackson novel We Have Always Lived in the Castle and the movie adaptation, which I think came out in 2018, something like that, maybe more recent. Yeah, but I just reread the novel a couple days ago. And I'm gonna rewatch the movie and do like a video about it. But I don't know if I'll have time this week. But maybe next week. Because I don't want to do a book versus movie. And that was the only one I could think of to do. I might do Legend of Hell House also. One of these days. Maybe in a couple weeks.
Klaus. There've been many a Star is Born. Bette Midler did one of them.
Yeah.
Bette
We'll
Midler.
see. Yeah. I thought. Wait a minute.
I
It
like-
wasn't. No, it wasn't Bette Midler. It was what's her fucking name?
Barbra Streisand.
Barbra Streisand.
Barbra Streisand.
There
That's
you
what
go.
it is. Barbra Streisand. Barbra
That's what
Streisand did
I was
one.
like Bette Midler. I was like,
70s.
that was the Rose.
No,
that was a different
that
movie.
was 70s.
Yeah. There
But-
have been. I think there have been 4 versions
Yeah.
of it. There was a 1930s version, the version that Judy Garland did,
Yeah.
and then there was a version with Barbra Streisand, and then the recent version with Lady Gaga.
Yeah,
it's the same story essentially, but
Yeah, I recommend the Lady Gaga version. We saw that bitch in the movies when it came
in
out.
the theater, yeah.
In the theaters when it came
That
out.
was fucking
It's
great.
a great
It was
movie.
great.
Great movie.
It's a good story. I mean,
Lady Gaga is
it's
great.
timeless.
Lady Gaga is great on screen. Now
She is. Got to give her props.
yeah, she's very good. Now she couldn't save the fucking Joker 2.
Well,
that wasn't her.
Probably not her fault.
That was not her. They say that she did great in that. That was just a script. That's not what the fans wanted. I'll watch that movie, but they say that shit bombed bad as a motherfucker. I'll watch that for free. I'm not gonna pay to see that one. But no. If I wanted to see a Star Was Born now, Klaus, see the Lady Gaga version.
I mean, that's the most recent one.
Yeah,
and then,
it's
like I
good.
said, there was one that came out in the 70s that
Yeah.
had Barbra Streisand in it, which was
Yeah.
also good. And then there was this version that had Judy Garland in it, and there was a 1937 version, which
Yeah.
was the first one. But they're all good. Like I said, it's the same story.
Same story.
essentially. They just kind of like changed.
They
it up
just
for
they
the-
updated it
for
for
the
the
end.
time.
Sure.
And but the Lady Gaga version was excellent.
It was really good. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah,
was really
loved it. I don't own it, but we saw so many movies but I would own it.
Yeah,
But I
it
got
was
other
really
shit.
good.
I got other shit
It was
in
really
line that I gotta buy. Because I like to have a physical copy on Blu-ray. And I own that bitch. The apocalypse could happen. I could still watch it on my player. I like that feeling of power. And I also have out in the living room a display of all the fucking movies I own. And I like to have a hard copy. I would own it, but I got so much other shit that I gotta buy. It's still on the list. No, see that one. It's good. Real good. And Lady Gaga, she's a great actress. She's a very,
who knew?
very good actress. Very, very good. And her delivery in terms of the vocal performances and everything. Oh yeah, good, really good.
Victor says, I can't watch old movies. I just can't get into them.
It depends on how old.
For some reason, like I've always been real into, even when I was younger, I was always kind of able to just kind of get into the vibe of whatever the era was, like when the movie came out. Because I've always, even when I was younger, I loved silent movies, which obviously came out long before I was born, and shit from the 30s, 40s, 50s. Like I was just always, I just locked into that era, and I was just kind of like, all right, we're doing this now, and it's just kind of, I don't know.
Vic, I'm gonna recommend 2 movies, old movies for you to watch. One of them is Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, The Black Cat from the 30s. See that bitch.
Yeah, we've reviewed that.
Awesome horror movie. That shit would stand today. It's got everything in it. Torture, necrophilia, fucking just Satanism. And just the way it's shot is very fucking classy. And then the other one I would go for, man, I was just on the tip of my tongue. What was the other one I was thinking of?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll keep going. All right. I'll remember it in a minute. I just thought of the bitch. It wasn't a horror movie, though.
Whatever.
Oh, I remember what it was. The second one you want to see as an old movie is one called The Ghost and Mrs. Muir.
We reviewed that one, too.
Yeah, it has fucking Rex Harrison as a fucking ghost. And go see that one. That's an old movie. It's a paranormal
It's like a
romance.
Paranormal romance, kind of.
Paranormal romance. Bitch moves into the haunted house, and it's haunted. And she falls in love with the ghost. And it turns out cool. You see that one.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I love
Ghost
old,
and Mrs.
I love
Muir.
old shit. I love new shit. I love all shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As long as it has like a certain kind of thing. Well, I'm kind of chill in that way, and it's just kind of like whatever era that came from, or even if it's new, like whatever vibe you're trying to sell, I'm just gonna like relax and let you do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not thinking it's like, oh, that's not how people would do it nowadays, or that's not like, I don't do any of that. Like, I'm just like, this is, just show me something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I just let it happen.
Yeah. And as far as the old black and white movies, that was my recommendations. The Black Cat and The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. They're both paranormal, fucking weird shit happens in them.
Those are both good.
But they're very different. Fucking The Ghost and Mrs. Muir is kind of creepy, but then it ends up being kind of heartwarming. Fucking, you'll love that one.
It is kind of nice. It's like I said, it's kind of like a
Yeah.
paranormal. It's not a horror movie. It's like
paranormal romance.
kind of.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, especially horror movies from that era.
Yeah.
I love silent horror movies. I love 20s, 30s, 40s. I love all that shit. I love all that shit.
Yeah.
They didn't do a lot of good horror movies in the 50s, although I will say that what was it called?
Well, hey man, I enjoyed the fucking Fu Manchu black and white movies. Fucking Boris
That's not a horror movie though. Well, yeah, but
it was some weird. That was weird.
Yeah,
that was weird.
I was gonna say because a lot of the 50s movies were sci-fi, big bug, radiation kind of movies, which are fun, but it's like not scary.
Yeah.
Like other than Night of the Demon, the Jacques Tourneur movie, which I did a review of on my other channel. Not a lot great there, but honestly, I don't know, man. I like movies from every era. I'm not picky as long as it's good. So yeah. So where was I? Okay, so Judy Garland did Star is Born. Like I said, lots of critical acclaim. Didn't make a lot of money though, unfortunately, but she got like some Oscar nods and stuff out of it. And then she did Judgment at Nuremberg in 1961. Like I said, I think she wanted to be more known as, because she was very versatile, honestly. You know, yeah, she could sing and dance and do the vaudevillian kind of thing, but you know, she was great in musicals, but she was a good dramatic actress as well. They just didn't give her a lot of opportunities to do that because I think they thought that people didn't really want to see that. But she was in Judgment at Nuremberg, and she was nominated for an Oscar and for a Golden Globe for that. So obviously they saw that she could actually fucking act. You know what I mean? She was also, I think Oracle mentioned this a long time ago. She voiced an animated cat, I believe, in Gay Paris, which came out in 1962, which I think, like I said, was what was Oracle was talking about, where she voiced a cat in a cartoon. That's what she was talking about. And she did a movie with Burt Lancaster in 1963, and her last movie was 1963 with Dirk Bogarde, I Could Go On Singing. After that, she kind of went more into TV, like starting kind of in the mid-50s. She was kind of transitioning more into TV because she was getting a little bit older, at least according to the standards of the time. And she was on this thing called Ford Star Jubilee. It was this full color broadcast. It was on CBS, and it was like a big deal because it was like the first time it had ever been done. And it was a huge, I mean, it got massive fucking ratings because she was on it. And because of that, she ended up signing this contract, over $2.5 million in today's money, with CBS. And she did another special with them in 1956, which was like a live concert. But after that, you know, her and CBS kind of parted ways after. But then she started doing live shows. So she did a 4-week gig at the New Frontier Hotel in Las Vegas. And she got, in modern money, almost $500,000 a week, which was, at that time, the highest paid person in Las Vegas. And yeah, honestly, she fucking killed it so hard that they had to extend the contract. Like, she had to perform like for an extra week because a lot of people didn't get to see her. You know what I mean? So yeah, again, even though, despite all of her challenges, if you want to call it that, like when she could kind of come out and do the fucking live shows and shit like that, she fucking killed it. Made all kind of money. Now, after this, and this was fucking sad because I saw some pictures of this. So after this happened, this was late 1959, she got diagnosed with hepatitis, and they put her in the hospital, obviously, and then she had like ballooned up, because remember her whole entire career everyone was like, you're so fat, but when she wasn't. But at this point, this is the only fucking time that if you saw pictures of her, yeah, she did look fat, but that was because she had hepatitis and her body was like filled with fucking fluid. That's why she looked fat. And she was in the hospital for a long time, and they had to drain like all of this fluid like out of her body, like over several months. You know what I mean? So she did look kind of fucked up, or like kind of big at this. But like I said, she had hepatitis. So they let her out in early 1960. She still didn't, like I said, she didn't look great. I saw some pictures that the press took, like when she came out of the hospital at that point. She didn't look great, but you know, she was just like, hey, happy to be out, you know. At the time she was in, the doctors told her that, well, you'll probably only live another 5 years or so. That's what they told her because of your condition. Which, honestly, they weren't that far off because this was like 1960 and she only lived till 1969. So they weren't that far off, sadly. But yeah, they said you only have about 5 years to live. But they also told her, and this was a lie, that it's like, well, you're not going to be able to walk that much and you're never going to be able to sing again. That's what they told her. Now, at the time that she got this diagnosis, she said, later on, that she was actually kind of relieved because the pressure was off for the first time since she could remember. Because, like I said, she'd been performing since she was a child. So she didn't have any experience of living a life not under the spotlight. So the first time that, like, they told her, hey, like, you're in bad shape, you're probably going to die in 5 years, that was a relief because she's like, well, the pressure's off. I don't have to do anything for anybody anymore, which is kind of sad in its own fucking way. However, despite that, she did actually kind of get better over the next few months. And only a few months later, actually, she went back and started performing on the stage again. Because that's all she fucking knew, you know? And she did some shows in England, and she said it was such a good crowd that she was going to move there. You know what I mean? So she actually was going to write an autobiography, and worked on it for several years. It never really came out. There's like, they still have like all the notes from it and stuff like that. Like several books about her have come out in the interim, based on that. But she never did actually. They gave her a big advance and stuff, but she never did finish it. She just worked on it over a couple of years. So as I mentioned earlier, I think, she had a performance at Carnegie Hall in 1961, April 1961. And that has been called the greatest night in showbiz history. And it was later released as a record, like an album, Judy at Carnegie Hall. And that charted for 95 weeks on the Billboard charts. Hugely, hugely successful. And yeah, that's still seen as like a fucking high point of entertainment. You know what I mean? She got a bunch of fucking Grammy Awards for that. Album of the Year, Best Female Vocal, Best Album Cover, Best Engineering, blah, blah, blah. She got all kind of awards for that. So at this point, her and CBS, kind of on the outs, but they kind of, fixed up their thing and, like, renegotiated their contract. And so they gave her a bunch of new specials, and they gave her her own show. So like I said, she's still quite famous at this point. She's still a bankable name, despite all of her issues. It was enough for them to give her her own weekly show. So they gave her a show called the Judy Garland Show, and that started in February of 1962. She had Frank Sinatra on there, Dean Martin on there, whatever. And the show was like really successful, and so they basically said they started it as like a pilot kind of, and then because that was so successful, so many people watched it, they actually offered her what today would be about $185 million contract for a weekly show. She had always stated she didn't really want to do a weekly television show, but it's $185 million.
Yeah,
so you kind of got to do that. And honestly, as I mentioned earlier, she kind of got fucked over with a lot of money, so she was always kind of broke. So she was always looking for a way to make money. So, she basically was like, yeah, because like I said, like all of her agents and people that she had hired to manage her finances, like hadn't paid her taxes for several years and like were embezzling money from her and like all this other kind of stuff. So she didn't even see a lot of the money that she made from the shit. Like other people took off with it, which is super, super sad. But the show was like super successful. Like I said, she had Robert Goulet on there, which you know about that.
Yeah, Robert Goulet.
Yeah. I know you do.
You guys, she's laughing.
I know, you know why I'm laughing.
My mother was one of Robert Goulet's girlfriends later on, back in the 60s. My mother dated him.
Yeah. That's why I laughed about Robert Goulet.
Yeah.
So she had her weekly show come on in September of 1963, and it it got a lot of good like critic reviews, but they put it in kind of a shitty time slot. So it didn't really get the viewing numbers that they wanted. So it was canceled after like one season, like 26 episodes, even though, like I said, it was, pretty
Did I say Robert Goulet was one of my mother's girlfriends? No. He's a man. Got Robert Goulet.
I think you said it right. I didn't notice you saying it wrong.
Okay, all right, it's cool.
But I could be drunk too. So
yeah, I'm kind of drunk.
But yeah, We kind of. That's why every time I
My
think
mother
about
dated
Robert Goulet.
Goulet, and she also dated fucking Wade Newton.
Wait, dark as shame.
Fucking ridiculous.
It is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is like so Vegas. I don't even know.
Yeah, my mother
what to tell
my
you.
mother was a Vegas player
Yeah. Back in the day.
back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking funny to think about though. That she was like, I'm sure Robert Goulet was like hitting all the fucking.
My mom was real hot back in that day. She'd go to fucking Vegas and she'd hang out with all the fucking Vegas singers and performers and fucking hook up with them. And they're buying her horses mysteriously and buying her shit. Fucking, so I don't know what she was. She was a girlfriend, but I don't know if she was maybe she was a high end escort for all I know. I don't fucking know. But she was a girlfriend, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so much an escort, but kinda.
Your mom had a really interesting life.
Yeah.
She had all kind of shit going on.
No, that's why Jeb was laughing.
That's why I was laughing when I thought about Robert Goulet. Because
Yeah.
I know that story.
Yeah.
Class says, how do you spell that when drunk? Well, Robert, you got Robert right.
Yeah.
Goulet, like take like
Goulet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Goulet, it's
Yeah.
French.
One of the fucking scarves I used to wear at the fucking goth club all the time, fucking, it was part of one of the outfits I used to have back in the fucking 90s and shit, was fucking some shit Wayne Newton gave my mom.
Yeah.
There were Wayne Newton fucking scarves with his embroidered
Good
fucking
Wayne
initials and this shit. I'm wearing this shit. I'm wearing Wayne Newton's shit to the goth club. It's fucking weird. And I stole that shit from my mom. I'm like, I'm taking that shit.
That is pretty funny.
Wayne Newton.
You got some fucking cred there.
Street cred.
Everybody's like, who's Wayne Newton? Yeah.
He was in fucking James Bond movies and shit. He was in one of them.
Oh my god.
Isn't that fucking funny?
Fucking Wayne
He was a cheese ball. He was a Vegas cheese ball. Vegas players.
I mean, God, you kind of have to be sort of.
yeah,
cheese
they were
ball.
scene players. They were just like we were. They
That
were
was
just
kind of like. I
different
mean,
scene.
Vegas is kind of
Yeah.
known as being. That's where you go when you're kind of a
Yeah,
has been a little bit. I know it's maybe uncharitable.
Yeah.
But. Because some actually famous people like do big shows
Yeah.
over there and stuff, but it's like that was kind of the perception. I
Yeah.
kind of probably back in the 70s.
Yeah.
That was like if you were past your prime, like you're a little bit older,
Yeah.
and you were kind of like this, kind of like I said,
Yeah.
like vaudevillian kind of
Yeah.
singer kind of thing, and it's like nobody was paying to see you. Other places, like Vegas,
Yeah.
that was kind of where you went. So
Class is going, no, she was no escort. She was just living life. I don't know.
Tom isn't so sure about that.
I'm not so sure.
We're not gonna ask her though.
I'm not gonna fucking approach it from that way, but
Tom's not entirely sure what was going on.
no, my mom was when my mom was young. She was hot, big boob, double G's, fucking curvy. It's just genetically inbred into me to have an attraction towards. I guess to me that's what a woman looked like. So, just. But no, she was Vegas girl.
Mm.
And her boyfriends were all celebrities, and a lot of the horses were gifts that she had were gifts from these guys. So and a lot of those dudes were married. So
Because his mom, if you don't know, was quite a well-known horse trainer.
Yeah, her mom's a famous horse trainer. Yeah, she was a California state grand champion in 1976 in fucking English equestrian riding and jumping. She had one of the best horses fucking in California back
She
in the
still
70s.
does it off and on now.
She's a trainer.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's
been
older
published
now,
in a lot of
obviously.
shit. Yeah,
She's
yeah. She's retired.
She's
now.
in her 70s, but
Yeah.
she still does it every now and
Yeah.
then. If somebody pays.
Yeah.
But,
Class says I want to go to fucking USA, but Vegas is not my first priority. I'd probably go broke.
I mean,
Vegas is a place where your dreams are crushed.
It's
or
a
built.
whole, it's a whole other.
It's a different universe.
I'm not really.
What happens in
I'm not
Vegas
real
stays in Vegas.
I'm not really into Vegas. My brother married his first wife there. They got divorced later. He's married to somebody else now. But it's a vibe.
Yeah.
I don't really get the Vegas vibe.
Yeah.
It's a little bit trashy,
Yeah.
but
It's-
kind of
it's-
like coolly trashy.
It's very Wild West. Very
Yeah.
kind of like high end Wild West, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Everything is kind of like an exchange.
Yeah, you just go there and
Very
like whatever
much.
happens, it's like fine. Like it's not. It doesn't impact your regular life at all. It's like a weird.
It's fantasy land.
Yeah, it's like a weird like alternate universe.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
I don't know. It's not really my thing. But I don't know. A lot of people like it, but a lot of people go there for like bachelor parties and shit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I will say that Nevada has legalized prostitution.
Yeah.
It's the only state, as far as I know, that has that. Not everywhere. I think it's just.
It's
Is
tolerated in most.
Is it
places.
just Vegas or is it?
I
No,
think
is
there's
it
other
just
ones.
that county?
It's in
'Cause I know
Nevada,
they have the
but I
Bunny
don't think
Ranch
I
and
don't
all
think it's
that.
I don't think it's actually legal in Las Vegas.
It might not be.
It's I think it's outside Las Vegas in a certain county.
Yeah, maybe like a county, like yeah. But like Nevada is pretty much the only,
Yeah.
if you want to do legalized prostitution, if that's your thing, Nevada I think is the only state that does that.
But most states in the U.S. only care about street prostitution. They don't want these women walking around on the street. Other stuff like there's fronts for it, massage parlors, fucking dating service type stuff, escort services. Where
Which are like online, like
yeah,
out in the open.
right.
Like I don't understand like why. Like
Right.
well, there's apps
Yeah.
like fucking like Trist and stuff like
Yeah,
that. where it's, like,
Trist.net.
that's like pretty openly.
Yeah, they just don't want it to be in public. I don't
Yeah,
really
I
think
get
they
it.
really care if it's between two different people, as long as it's in it starts in cyberspace.
I would hope not because, like
Yeah.
I said, if
How can you control that?
Well, here's the thing. I'm always kind of the kind of person. Like, look, you can meet somebody online
Yeah.
and be like, hey, I want to fuck that person. And you fuck that person and no money is exchanged.
Yeah,
That's allowed.
yeah,
But the second some money is exchanged, suddenly it's not allowed. I'm like,
Yeah.
but there's no difference in the incident that occurred.
Well, what happens?
Y'all still met up and you didn't know each other and you had sex. The
Yeah.
only difference is that money was exchanged in one incident and not the other one.
But
And
what's-
that's like, why is one illegal and one not? I
But
don't
what's
get that.
money? What you meet up with some chick, you buy her dinner, you pay for the whole fucking night. You know what I mean? It costs you a couple $100, then you have sex with her. Is that prostitution? I would
That's
say
what I'm-
no.
No, of
but,
course not.
But there's this gray area where like
That's
let's
what I
just-
mean.
let's
Well,
just
that's
cut to
why
the
it's
chase.
dumb. That's why it's
Yeah.
dumb.
This is the thing. I'm a true American.
That's why it's dumb.
Every fucking person has a right to their own body.
Sure.
If you want to do some drugs, that's on you.
As long as you're not driving around or beating up other
As
people
long as
'cause
you're
you're
not
on
hurting other
meth or
people
whatever.
and fucking crashing
Just stay in your
cars.
fucking house.
Stay in your house. Yeah. So the government really should have no. I don't want to live in a nanny state where have a government say, "Well, that's not good for you," because those bitches don't know what's good for you. But let's just say if I want to do drugs and kill myself, that's not really the government's problem.
Well, it's no one's business,
And-
really.
If I'm some dude and I'm gonna go like, yeah, this chick here, she's ugly, but she's paying me $200 or $1,000 to have sex with her. What's the government have to do with that?
That's what I mean.
It's not killing me,
No.
and it's the same thing the other way around.
And you're an
Fucking-
adult.
Yeah,
She's
that's-
an adult.
That's my body, you know. And then you have the
She's an adult.
Yeah,
She knows what she's
exactly. And
doing.
you have some chick, and she's like, "Well, this is my body. I'm gonna sell it." That's her fucking right. I was selling my body to the U.S. federal government to fight wars in their armies, to protect old motherfuckers, to make sure that they could go on some sex island somewhere out with fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
And make all the fucking money.
And
Off the backs
So
of all of us dumb motherfuckers.
soldiering and professional soldiering is prostitution. It's just the male version of it.
You just don't get fucked in the ass.
You're not getting fucked in the ass. Women sell
We
their
do
bodies
get
to
fucked
old
in the
men, getting fucked in the ass and doing all that shit, right? Men will sell their bodies to old men by fighting the old man's enemies.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Fighting and fucking. It's very primal shit. And I learned this when I was in Korea. I showed up in Korea in the U.S. Army, and there's a whole army of Korean girls backed by the Korean government to fuck us, to keep us out of the fucking, to keep us from fucking with their mainstream regular family girls. So they keep them in the clubs fucking these hookers. You know what I mean? Fucking, it was a way of protecting their regular women, their civilians. They're regular women.
I mean,
we're gonna send these
we're
sluts
all
at
regular
them.
women.
And then they tell the sluts, fucking get as much money as you can out of them, and we'll get that into the Korean economy. That was back in the day. And fucking, I'm not lying, you can see this shit on YouTube. It's called military prostitution, fucking South Korea.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
I showed her the fucking movie.
Yeah, it's a documentary.
The whole documentary on it. In the early 90s, that's what was going on. So I realized that, yeah, there's a whole army of dudes fighting for these old men, and then there's this whole army of girls fighting to fuck these old men, and it's the same process. It's selling your body.
Yep.
Hookers and soldiering are the fucking oldest fucking professions in the fucking world. Women, a dude would say, hey man, let me come with you, and I'll kill a mastodon with you, and we'll share the meat. Yeah, you can come with us and you'll share as long as you fight. Okay, good. Then you get the meat and they got girls saying, hey, you give me some of that meat and I'll fuck you. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just there's a male and female version of it. So, and Jen can attest, I would say, it's kind of a soft spot for the professional girls because they get fucked over. The difference is that I was honored for what I was doing. It was like respectable. And then what the girls were doing, that was like considered like not respectable. And I was like, wait a minute, why is that not respectable?
Because it's the same thing.
It's about the same thing, you know. So those poor girls were getting fucked over. After they got out of that business, they couldn't reintroduce themselves into South Korean society because the men didn't want them. They were protesting it too, doing what they call slut walks.
Yeah.
Because they wanted a retirement money from the South Korean federal government. They were like, like fucking, we can't get jobs, we can't get married, fucking, and we're too old to hook. So,
yeah, take care of us.
Take care of us. Which we
did all this shit for you.
Yeah, and all that money went into the Korean economy, which helped build them up to become all these powerhouses with Samsung and fucking Daewoo and all that shit. Yeah. So a lot of South Korea was built on fucking South Korean pussy, and they sacrificed that shit. So I was sacrificing, and they're sacrificing, and paid those girls. I fight for them too. Because when I showed up there, I was like, man, I'm in an army of boys fighting for South Korea, and then I realized there's a whole army of South Korean girls.
Yeah.
Fighting all these dicks for South Korea. Yeah, but and I'm like fucking 22 at this time, 21, and I'm going like, so this is how the world is. Everything's a transaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly,
but that's how it is. And those girls paid a higher price than me.
They did it.
So I'm like, because they couldn't reintroduce themselves into their own society.
Yeah, it was like lifelong.
It's lifelong.
Like you integrated back into society.
I can integrate right back.
Fine, but they cannot.
They couldn't.
They cannot. So.
It's an injustice.
It is.
We'll go to the restroom in a second.
Okay, so where was I? Okay, so she did her TV show. Like I said, very critically acclaimed. Didn't have huge viewing numbers, sadly. So just did one season, then it got canceled. Now, during the time that she was doing the show, she also had another affair with the very famous actor Glenn Ford. And that went on for a while, but Glenn Ford was kind of known as a little bit of a man whore. So when he discovered that she had actually like caught feelings perhaps and wanted to marry him, he dumped her like real quick. You know what I mean? So that didn't go on too long. The thing about it, like, by all accounts, even though most of her, like I said, she was married 5 times and she had, a number of affairs over that time also. Like, not just affairs when she was married, but just relationships. And she always seemed to be looking for something that she never did find. That said, all of her children, all 3 of them who were, to different degrees, like, quite famous. And they all said that she was a fantastic mother. She loved being a mother. She was very loving, very warm. And so, despite all of her problems, she did really seem to love and dote on her children, which I couldn't see anything that said otherwise. And all of her children said the same thing. As I said also, she was actually quite politically active, especially during the civil rights movement and stuff like that. Always out marching and things of that nature. She was a very early advocate of, gay rights, African American rights, things of that nature. So she was also friends with JFK and was at their house multiple times. Now, so let me see. I'm trying to get through some of this stuff. So she divorced Sidney Luft in 1963. She cited actually mental cruelty and said that he had kind of smacked her around while he was drinking, and that he had tried to take her children from her. Don't know if that's true, but that's what she said anyway. They actually had kind of been trying to divorce for like several years. Like it didn't really take, but then finally they did divorce in 1963. Now her TV show got canceled, as I said, and then she went back to the stage, which was I kind of feel like that's where she was most comfortable. And she did a show at the London Palladium with Liza Minnelli, her daughter, who at that time was 18 years old, in 1964. And they showed that on British TV. And that was a big success. And she was also on Ed Sullivan's show. She was on The Tonight Show. All different kind of TV and stuff like that. So, she was doing all this kind of stuff at this point. Now, she did a tour of Australia in 1964. And it started out good, okay? Like, she did 2 concerts in Sydney, at the Sydney Stadium. And they were so packed that they couldn't even accommodate all the people that wanted to come. Like there was all these people outside. And it was fucking great. Both shows were fantastic. Super positive reviews, whatever. But she did another performance in Melbourne. And that one didn't go so good. It started an hour later than it should have. The crowd were getting pretty pissed off. When she showed up, everyone thought she was probably drunk or on something. And so they started, heckling her. And she was only on for about 45 minutes, and then she ran off the fucking stage. And the newspaper wrote, some pretty bad shit about her.
No shit.
Well, like I said, the first couple shows, were really good. But, then the Melbourne one was, yeah.
Was she on something? Did they ever say?
I don't know. They thought she was drunk or she was on something. She was acting kind of funny. So they were just and she was already an hour late, so they were already mad. So they started heckling her, you know what I mean? So at this point, that wasn't great, but you know what I mean? So she's still keeping on. And at this point, her tour promoter, whose name is Mark Herron, he says, "Oh, I married her on this boat. Off Hong Kong." But the problem was the marriage wasn't official because she was still technically married to Sid Luft. The divorce wasn't final. They had filed for divorce, but it wasn't final yet. So they did a ceremony, but it wasn't official. So finally, after the divorce was final, she actually did marry Mark Herron. This marriage only lasted a few months. Because Judy claimed that he beat her up all the time. Mark Herron's defense was that he only hit her in self-defense. She hit him first, and then he hit her back. I don't know how that is, but you know what I mean. So at this stage, like I said, because she had divorced Sidney Luft at this point, who was her ex-husband, so she got some new agents. Because he had been her manager for a long time. And as I mentioned earlier, because her earlier agents had embezzled so much of her money, it ended up, they hadn't paid her taxes like they were supposed to. So she ended up owing the modern equivalent of almost $3.6 million
God damn.
in back taxes because they hadn't paid. They were supposed to pay and they didn't pay.
They were stealing her money.
They were stealing her money.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. She had that problem a lot. So she owed all this money to the IRS, which she wasn't aware of until later.
It was too late, yeah.
Yeah, because they had stolen her money. So they actually ended up putting a lien on her house in Brentwood. And also on her, she had a recording contract with Capitol Records, and they put a lien on that as well. So any kind of business deals would come up, they're like, hey, you got to pay all this shit off first before you make any money off of any of this stuff. So she had a lien on everything. So at this point, she's like, okay, fuck me. So it's like she sold the Brentwood house for a like way lower price than it would have normally been. And then she gets an opportunity to be in the movie Valley of the Dolls in 1967. Now, they got her in there, you know, just for name recognition. And reportedly, the director was not super cool to her. Mark Robson was the name of the director. And he basically just wanted her because she was famous and, like, he wanted some publicity for the movie, right? So he kind of treated her like crap, according to some other people on the set. You know, so there was that. Now, after this, she decides she's going to go back to the stage because that's kind of where her thing was. And she makes one of her last appearances at the Palace Theater in New York in July of 1967. And that was a 27-show run. And she did a show with her kids, Lorna Luft and Joey Luft. And she actually got over $1 million for those shows. But because she still owed so much in back taxes, they took
it away.
almost all of it, like at the end, because she still was in so much debt. So, early 1969 comes along. Obviously, Judy's health is in not great shape. She did do a performance in London at a nightclub called Talk of the Town, and that was like a 5-week, run. And she got £2,500 a week. Pretty good money for that time. Now, her last concert appearance was in Copenhagen in March of 1969. Now, she divorced Mark Herron, who, obviously she said had beat her up. And then she ended up marrying her 5th husband, Mickey Deans, who was a nightclub manager. And she married him in London on March 15th of 1969. As it would turn out, only a couple of months before she died, because her husband, Mickey Deans, actually found her dead in the bathroom of their house in London in late June of 1969. She was 47 years old.
June
1969.
A month before I was born.
June 22nd. That's when.
Okay, I was born July 1st, 69.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she died only a few days before you were
Before I
born.
was born, yeah.
Yeah, story goes that it's like he fell asleep and then like he woke up and she wasn't there and he's just like, man, she's been in the bathroom a long time, and then knocked on the door. Then he busted in and she was dead in there. Now, cause of death was an overdose, but it was an accidental overdose. There have been stories over the years that she perhaps committed suicide. That does not seem to have been the case, because at least the autopsy said that it looked like the drugs were not, it wasn't like a big dose at once. It was just kind of like a long-term, like, you know what I mean? Like she just wore out, you know what I mean? Like after all this time. Only 47 years old, man. That's like fucking, but like I said, she had been through some fucking shit. So yeah, so he found her dead in the bathroom. And there were also some, I think the initial autopsy report said, oh man, like cirrhosis of the liver because of alcoholism. But subsequent autopsy said, no, we didn't find any evidence of that.
Yeah, because come on, at 47, you could drink quite a bit.
So yeah,
and
so
survive till
like I said, I've seen some. I don't think she was an alcoholic. I've seen some stories about that, But there's also like a lot of stories about like, man, she wasn't like a big drinker. Like, yeah, she popped pills. Everybody knows that. But it's like she wasn't like a big drunk or anything.
Might have been just something to stress on her system from fucking mental stress and all.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's what it was. And honestly,
alcohol.
like the guy, I can't remember who it was, but like one of the actors that worked with her, it's like, man, she just like wore out. Like she probably just worn out.
Yeah.
Like after all that time, like all that dieting and not sleeping and all the pills she was popping and all this other kind of shit, she just couldn't take it anymore.
There's no telling what it was. I mean,
gotta pee.
One of the things that you hear about all the time is how bad fucking like steroids are for you. Oh, you take those steroids, you'll fucking die. You'll be dead by the time you're 40. But that's not actually when you fucking look at the details of why a lot of these guys die, man. The number one fucking cause is dehydration, which has nothing to do with steroids. What it is that a lot of the guys they'll be on steroids and they'll be holding a lot of water. And he wants to go out to the club and fucking look shredded for the fucking club. So he takes a whole fucking handful of diuretics and pisses out fucking 10 fucking pounds of water. And then goes out on the dance floor and starts fucking pounding alcohol and dancing and gets fucking dehydrated. And then fucking falls down on the fucking ground. Out of his mind, fucking unconscious, and then the EMTs show up and see this big motherfucker on the ground unconscious, and they think, well, he's having a heart attack. So they start treating him for a heart attack, and they kill him. That's happened. So it could have been something like that, you know what I mean? She's taking all these different, she's drinking, she's taking all these different kinds of drugs over a long period of time, and it just kind of weakens her system. And it could be that she just went down from something as crazy as fucking dehydration. And then nobody got to her in time to hydrate her and she just dies.
Yeah,
So,
that's kind of what...
It could be some shit like that.
Because they said that, like, it wasn't like... The reason why they thought it wasn't suicide, because that was the initial thought, because she had tried it before. But they said, well, the way that it looked... It didn't look like a huge amount of drugs at a time. It looked like just kind of like... Over time.
Yeah.
Like the drugs had just kind of built up.
Weakened her system.
So it wasn't like... And they said that there was like this whole bottle of drugs that were there that weren't opened. Like if she wanted to kill herself, she would have opened that too and like chugged all those also. So it's like, and she didn't take those. So pretty much everybody agrees it was an accidental... overdose.
What she's saying, man, I guarantee it was something like dehydration and malnutrition and neglect for over a long period of time. Fucking, and then the system can only handle so much abuse and neglect.
Yeah.
And it might have been something that could have been easily fixed. Give her a bunch of fucking...
That's what I mean.
Saline IVs
so young,
and a bunch of fucking...
sad.
Yeah. Saline IVs and a bunch of glucose, and she'd have been... Because she's probably on dieting... At the same time she's doing all this other shit. And because did you say they were saying she was getting too fat?
Well,
that bitch was probably dieting.
Yeah.
And
well,
so
I kind of feel like she was
at
just probably used to it.
Yeah.
Like, from her whole life.
Probably starving herself, not drinking much, and then doing drugs. And over time, it's a lot of stress on your system that's trying to continually run, and the essence of life is not there, which is food and water.
You can do that for a while when you're young, but it will catch up with you.
Yeah.
I guarantee.
It's something
like
dumb.
It doesn't seem like it will when you're younger because you can shake off a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But when you get older, you will see that all of that stuff that you did when you were young. Well, thankfully, I didn't really do that much fucked up shit when I was young. So I don't have that many problems now.
She was an angel when
now
she
that
was
I'm
young.
old. Yeah, I honestly didn't really start drinking or doing anything like degenerate until I was a little bit older.
Yeah, 30s, 40s.
Yeah, I was probably in my 30s, when I started drinking. I drank, like, here and there, like, in my teenage years and my 20s, but not regularly. Like, it was every now and then. So it's just kind of like...
we don't drink anywhere near even, probably like a regular person in fucking England would drink. I had a fucking Irish girlfriend when I was living in Boston, Massachusetts. She was from Cork. And she'd drink me under the fucking table. I couldn't fucking handle it. You know what I mean? Europeans can well, at least people from the UK, they can just drink ungodly amounts. No,
No
American would drink that much.
Even though I had drunk a bit
Yeah.
when I moved over there, I was actually kind of not shocked, but I was just kind of like, holy crap! Like people will just like drink all day.
Yeah, and they never actually go into a stupor per se.
No.
They just kind of like, I'm like.
Yeah, I didn't. That's the thing. I didn't really see anybody that was like fucked up drunk.
Yeah.
They're just kind of drunk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like
Weird.
baseline kind of drunk.
Yeah.
But they would start like early in the day. Well, it's like Saturday, so I'm gonna go down to the shop like early in the morning, like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm gonna get some booze, and then they just all day they would just like drink, and then like that night they go out and drink a lot. And I was just like, how are you guys still alive?
Me and Jenny are kind of like fucking.
How are you guys still alive?
The higher end of the American fucking social partier. We'll go to nightclubs. We fucking sponsor nightclubs, and we drink. But we
Quite a lot.
But we never get fucking. I've gotten to the point where I don't really remember the drive home, but I'm never really like shit faced. Really,
We've never like
Very,
fallen
very
down
rare.
or pooped ourselves or anything like that.
Americans are kind of like, as far as drinkers go, Americans are kind of the responsible drinkers. Because if we get pulled over by the fucking cops, we have to drive. We're not taking trains and shit like Europeans take. Well, I'm gonna take this train, the subway. We don't have those. You gotta drive. This is a large
Like
area.
I'll be pretty drunk, but like, and I'll forget some shit that happened or some shit I said. But it's like it's never to a point where I'm just like can't walk or I'm peeing myself or I'm just like falling down in an alley or something.
We don't
like
really have
that.
that.
That's never happened.
No.
That's never happened. Sometimes I'll wake up the next day and be like, oh shit, did I bring my purse in? Like, did I leave it in the car? But it's like, that's about as bad as it gets.
But I can go back in history of reading shit about fucking, how Howard Hughes came up. And Howard Hughes stories. He partied like crazy, okay? And it was never really what I've seen Europeans do. They're like at another fucking level. And I think
they're used to it, I guess.
One, they're used to it. Two, I think what it is that a lot of them are not dependent on cars.
Well, yeah, they know they can get completely shit-faced, and it's like they'll get home.
And get on a fucking train.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Here we gotta drive. So
we gotta drive.
You can't get too fucked up because you gotta drive yourself home.
And if you drive,
you can get an Uber, but that's expensive.
Driving is kind of like a security check against us, because if you get pulled over in the United States,
you're
drunk driving,
big trouble.
They're gonna take your driver's license.
Yeah, you get.
And without a driver's license, without the ability to drive, there goes your life.
Yeah.
You cannot live here without being able to drive.
You can't go anywhere.
You can't go anywhere. You can't work a job.
Yeah, you can't go to work. There's nothing around here.
Nope.
If I had to work from where we live now, or just like I couldn't work anyplace.
You can say, well, you take the bus for transport.
There's no bus.
There's no bus. And public transportation in the United States.
Around where we live, there's no bus.
Yeah, and public transportation in the United States is very much equivalent to fucking prison. The kind of people you see in buses and trains are the same people that you would meet in prison.
Yeah, it's not regular people.
Those motherfuckers are rapists, murderers, fucking harassers. They're the
not
bottom
always.
of the barrel.
It's probably like 70% that.
Yeah.
And then the other 30% are like disabled people.
Yeah,
or
old
people that have DUIs or
and they're
old people.
so broke. Yeah.
Or broke people.
Only losers.
Because I took the bus all the time when I was in Daytona. And
only losers take that shit. And I lived in Boston, Massachusetts, which is like the best place to ever go for have mass transit. I go on the T. But even there, I'd fucking take the red line. And the red line was the rich line. When you start talking about the yellow line and the orange line, that's the poor people. You didn't want to go on those.
New York City.
What's that?
Same thing happens in New York City.
Yeah, because that's the hood.
Certain lines.
You go in there, man, you're fucking risking your life.
Although honestly, I was in New York City for I used to go there all the time, and it's like I literally never had a problem.
It's
like,
bad
in the
now.
subway.
They say New York fucking subway's horrible now.
I never had a problem.
That was back in the day. They say in the past fucking 5 years, it's gotten super bad. I mean, they're setting bitches on fire in there. You didn't see that?
Well, I think
Where
that
dude
happened
set
back
that chick on fire in there?
So that happened one time.
But it's happening all the time. There's all kinds of fucking problems there now. Because you just have so many people that don't belong here. You know, they're from other countries and they're fucking crazy and they come here. People say, oh, well, they're from other countries. I lived in other countries. I lived in Brazil, Korea, and fucking places in Central and South America. I was growing up in fucking Brazil. Brazil's fucking crazy compared to the United States. But I love it there. It was an anarchy. There's no law and order that doesn't really exist. It's like, I want to say as bad as Mad Max. It's just that it's just not.
Victor says, I was in New York City last September. It was really nice.
Yeah, it could happen. Boston was nice. But even back in the fucking 90s, man, you didn't want to be on the orange line.
There's a lot of scaremongering going on.
You know, he didn't want to go on the orange line.
For
that's the fucking
reasons.
That's the fucking that's
I'm
the
not
hood,
gonna get
man.
into,
Fucking
but
yeah.
a lot of scaremongering. I never had a problem in New York City, honestly.
Yeah. You keep hanging around. I also lived in Detroit for a year. Okay, fucking there are bad places. It's not you don't want.
Yeah, well, there's bad places around here. But it's just kind of like, honestly,
Detroit was a totally different story.
I never had.
When you went into Detroit, there were signs saying there is no police service in Detroit. You enter in here on your own risk.
That was back in the 90s, though.
Yeah, no, 80s.
Okay.
But it's been that way off and on for several times. There's no police protection in Detroit.
I don't think it's like that anymore.
It still is. It's supposed to be fucking horrible.
I don't think it's like
pretty
that.
bad. Although some people have fun.
From what I've heard, it's not like that anymore.
Okay, fine. Believe what you want to believe. You could go to Detroit.
You can also believe
you could go to Detroit and do a fucking murder spree and kill fucking 20 people. And if you did it the right way, they wouldn't notice. You know, you could do that there. I came out of my fucking apartment one time, and there was a black dude dead, frozen in my fucking
dumpster.
In the dumpster with his feet coming out of the fucking dumpster. I was like, what the fuck? But I had to go to work, and when I came back, he was gone. When I came back from work, so they got him out of there. Yeah, it was just. I wasn't the target. It was mostly black dudes killing other black dudes over the drug trade. So, but it was just like something out of the. It was exactly out of The Crow. The Crow was set there for a certain time. And no, Detroit was fucking hell in a certain way. But I had a lot of fun. But it was an anarchy. There was no law and order there. You could do whatever you wanted, which really wasn't a big deal to me. That wasn't a big difference because in Mississippi, you could do whatever you wanted. That was also an anarchy because as long as you weren't doing it in public, because there were no police. It's just too sparsely populated. But we have an extremely high murder rate. If you look at the murder rate per capita, it was higher in Mississippi and Alabama than it was in Detroit. Because you could kill a person there and they wouldn't even notice. They wouldn't even know the person had died.
Well, I hate to tell you, but even nowadays, cities like that in the South and in the Midwest that you wouldn't think, like St. Louis and stuff like that,
super high,
have much higher murder rates than big cities like New York City. Yeah, well, that's how they measure.
Yeah, per capita
than New York City or Detroit or anywhere.
Per capita, the South has the highest murder rates per capita.
But they cry about big cities still. It's funny.
Big cities, but it was a different environment. I was there. And it's a different kind of environment. There's more people.
Years and years and years ago.
I think I don't know. It might be a little bit better because it's depopulated. Back in those days, there was more people to kill you. I don't even think they're there anymore. And in Mississippi, the murder rate was high because the population density was low. If you did kill a person, no one would really know about it as long as it was the right kind of person. Like you couldn't kill a teenage girl who had a family. They would know about that. But another adult male who didn't have a lot of connections with other people. You could kill him and leave him there and kick him off and down in a ditch. It might be 3 or 4 weeks before they even find him. They wouldn't even know why he died. They didn't have the money to figure out who killed him. You know, Mississippi and Alabama, I think, have the highest per capita murder rates in all of the country.
Like I said, I think the highest murder rate city-wise might be St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah, it could be.
Or it might be somewhere in Tennessee. I'm not entirely sure.
But
it's not anywhere
near to the south.
Where you'd think it was.
The South per capita has
the
highest.
It's not any of the big cities that everybody cries about.
The South. And the southern states, and it's because there's not. But here's the weird thing about Mississippi and the South: we have the highest per capita murder rate, but we also have the highest satisfaction of and rate in terms of like living. People like it here.
I don't believe that, but okay.
They do. I've seen it. It's because they get a lot for their money, and nobody.
Well, shit's cheap. But it's cheap for a reason.
Yeah, it's cheap because not a lot of people.
Places are cheap because no one wants to live
Nobody's living
there.
And then there's
That's why they're cheap.
Yeah, and then there's like you don't see that many people in the Deep South. When you see a person, you're like, hey, how you been? It's kind of post-apocalyptic in a way. I enjoyed the South. I love the South, but it's where my people were from, and I liked living there. And
yeah, mine too. I'm not into it, but yeah, okay. So let's get back to.
You need to go to Boston. You need to go to Boston then.
Yeah, I would love that. I've never been to Boston. I've been to Philly. I've been to New York City. I've been to Baltimore. I've been like all.
I lived in Boston for fucking 5 years. That shit fucking. I loved it. I still have fun with it. I can go back there at any time. But man, it comes with a lot of baggage.
That's all right. I can deal with it.
Yeah.
There's baggage down here too.
Yeah.
Let me get back to the topic. So before it's fucking midnight. All right. So here's the sad part. As much money as Judy Garland made in her fucking life, millions and millions and millions of dollars. When she died, her estate, and this is 1969. When she died in 1969, her estate was only $40,000 in 1969 dollars, which is about $250,000 in today's money, but still not great considering all of the fucking money that she made for the studios over the years. As I mentioned earlier, because so many people had essentially like stolen money from her, embezzled from her, didn't pay her taxes, all this other kind of shit, she ended up like horribly in debt. So this, I don't know why this made me so sad, but she left a will, and she left all this money to, her family, obviously, and, she left all this money to various causes that she believed in, and they couldn't pay it because the money wasn't there, because she was in debt when she died. So Liza Minnelli, her daughter, actually paid off all of her mom's debts over the years. Her and Frank Sinatra, they kind of got together and raised some money and paid everything off. Like they did auctions and all kind of different stuff, and eventually did pay it all off, which, holy crap, I can't believe they had to fucking do that after all the fucking money that she made. So the thing about it, yeah, she died super young, but I don't know, like I said, in a way a very tragic figure, but her kids have even said she would not like to be remembered like that. Because she was actually quite a funny, a very happy person. So a lot of bad shit happened to her. She was super fucked over her entire life. However, people still fucking remember her. All of her shit is out there. All of her music is out there. All of her movies are out there. And people still remember her this many fucking years later. Which, how many people can you say that about, right? So I kind of feel like I wish she was like that heaven existed, which it doesn't, but it's like if she was still there, like she would be able to see that people still remembered her. You know what I mean? Even though she died that young. I don't know. This whole story kind of bummed me out, to be honest with you. But it didn't bum me out entirely because she seemed like, and I saw like there was a quote by somebody that knew her, and said it seemed like for her to like really get her shit together, she had to like absolutely hit bottom, and then she would come back like fucking stronger than ever. And she did that like several times, like over her life. And the fact that she could just like get to a point where she was just fucked up on drugs, and she was just fucking skinny and everything like that. They put her in rehab, and then she comes out, and then she just like fucking kills it. She does like the best fucking live show
Do you have any pictures
ever
of her
and stuff like that.
later on?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'd like to see some
But the
pictures
fact
of
that she could do that, man, what a fucking... I don't think I would have been able to do that. I don't think most people have been able to do that. That she could just come out of it and just keep going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The fact that she just kept on fucking going. Yeah, she died young, but it's like, man, you just couldn't keep her fucking down.
Yeah.
And she didn't come back to a point where it's like, half-assed. She came back and she fucking killed it.
Yeah.
And then she'd kind of decline again, and then she'd come back and kill it again, and then decline again.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of like up and down like that. But it's like, I don't know, man. This is like a fucking sad story. It's a sad story. But I don't know. I kind of get into it. What do you... Class says Tom is on fire. Is he?
I'm what? I'm what?
Are you on fire right now? You're just sitting there not saying anything.
I don't know.
What did you think about this, Tom?
I'm not worried about it. No,
I
I
think
think
are you gonna say something like related to the topic, or
What?
say something like what do you think about this whole situation? What do you think about this whole situation?
I think she just kind of got fucked over by the Hollywood system.
Well, she did.
Yeah, she did. She did.
A
what
lot
she
of them
could.
did, but her
Yeah,
probably
she did
more
what
than
she
anybody.
could to fucking kind of stay afloat. And time got up with her. Time caught up with her, and she got passed over because of fucking. There were younger starlets. She was known for something, got kind of typecast in that. And, times changed, and they didn't give a shit about Judy Garland. They didn't really have any nostalgia for her or anything, they're just like, fuck it, she's gone. And, that's just unfortunate. That's the way Hollywood was.
Well,
Especially
everyone
for her
was like,
generation.
they weren't a person; they were just a commodity.
They're like, come on, they're like a brand name, and like,
Right.
yeah, that one's gone.
Get a new one. We got lots of new ones.
Yeah.
It was like that.
It didn't have to be that way, but they didn't value the older talent.
Well,
They didn't really know how to revive it and make it into something. They could have done something with her today,
sure.
but they just weren't going to do that back then.
Because I kind of feel like back then, it was kind of like people bitch about it nowadays, but it's like back then it was way worse because they were just kind of like, man, the starlets particularly, and the actors too, but like I said, I think they were a lot harder on the women. And it's just like they only lasted like
4 years.
4 or 5 years, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
They're like, yep, need a new young one. And they didn't have any dearth of talent. There was all these upcoming ones.
Yeah.
It's like they had their pick. So it's like they didn't need this, old bat, like 26-year-old,
Yeah.
like fogging up the place. It's like they could get some new fresh-faced 17-year-old like to come in there and be the new star. So it's like they didn't need you anymore.
The way
and so like you said, they didn't really value it.
Yeah, the way California is, what I mean? I was born there. I was born in fucking Long Beach, California. And lived in Carson for the first like fucking 12, 13 years of my life. My parents were from the South though, and then they moved back from there. And they moved back to the South. My dad was from Mississippi. My mother was from Virginia. And that particular scene, you had very poor white people in this time. Very poor white people surrounded by some rich people in Hollywood that were making money off of them. So they used the poor people. They would recruit from them and make them stars. And they had total power over them. Because if you gave them any shit, they'd send you back to the ghetto.
Yeah, they're like,
It was a white ghetto.
You came from there. We'll just send you
Yeah,
back.
we'll send you right back. Got other ones.
We've got other ones.
So the guys that ran the studio and everything didn't value any of these people. Even
No.
though they might have been, like, dear to the hearts of fucking America because they saw them on the screens. The guys running the studio didn't give a shit.
No, they were just
Because
trying
there
to
was
make
a
money.
constant supply of good-looking white people coming out of the ghetto. Around L.A. So...
Well, everybody wanted to be a movie star.
Yeah. So they had a shit ton of
So
power.
they didn't have any. There was no shortage
Yeah.
of like talent that they could pull from.
A lot of California's economy was built around fucking Hollywood.
Yeah, it still is.
They owned the police. Murders could happen and they could cover it up. They could do anything. There was a mafia. So, Judy was lucky to have been in show business for as long as she was, because most girls lasted 4 or 5 years. She lived it. She did it to her 40s.
And the ones that
So
only
it's quite
lasted
good.
4 or 5 years, like people probably don't remember them
Yeah.
nowadays.
No.
The fact that people like Judy Garland or Mae West or Betty Davis or something like that, the fact that they just kept on going when they
Yeah.
were older, like, which didn't usually happen. That's the reason
Yeah.
that everybody remembers them nowadays still.
Yeah.
But it
And
was a fucked up, like I said, it was a fucked up system. It's kind of a system where you're not a human, you're just, like I said, you're just a commodity.
Yeah.
You're just to be used and thrown away.
Yeah. We did a show on Louise Brooks. She was the best of the ones that last 4 or 5 years. She was remembered. But I think one of the reasons why Louise Brooks was remembered was that she did a lot of work in Europe. And her best movies actually were German movies. It was during the silent period. There was something to her, but then Hollywood still just chewed her up, spit her out, and she couldn't, because of I guess partly with the way she was, and she didn't have proper guidance. They eventually got rid of her when they were done with her, and she ended up just being an escort hooker.
She seemed to
In
like
LA.
not want to be a part of all of that
Yeah.
machine though, which I can respect that.
Well, I think she didn't like the machine, but she liked the money and
Well, of course.
the ability to fucking do artistic expression. And I saw her interview with her was an old lady, and she says, "Well, once they get rid of you, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's kind of like
Are you gonna go to some restaurant and wash dishes or be a waitress?" No.
I mean, some of them did, I guess.
No, but she said that you don't have any skills besides acting, and you can't act anymore. So you're going to be at the very bottom rung economically. And she didn't want to wash dishes, so she just ended up being an escort,
Yeah.
which was better than washing dishes in her mind, because she didn't have to do that. She just had to wait around in hotels and fuck college boys. That's what she said. Well, I fucked college boys for a long time. It's, she said it was fucking very empty life. Living in hotels just waiting for dudes to show up.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I could see that.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor Louise. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
She
I
didn't
said,
really have a family to go back to because she wasn't from California, and she didn't want to go back out in the sticks out in Wyoming or wherever she came from,
well, I mean, kind of a similar thing, like I said, happened to Judy because her dad died when she was a teenager, like 13 or something like that.
Yeah.
And her mom kind of sucked, to be honest. She was kind of like a stage mom.
Yeah.
Who, but, in her own words, in Judy Garland's own words, it's like, my mom wasn't talented, so she was trying to
Yeah.
live vicariously, like, through her and her sisters, which is definitely what it seems like to me.
In the modern world, these girls, when Hollywood got done with them, would have fucking gone on the internet and fucking started an Instagram and a fucking YouTube and just talked to their fans and, made videos, and made a living that way. And they got a boyfriend, But,
Yeah, I mean,
But that's not the way it was
it's
back then.
easier,
It's easier
now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still hard because there's a lot of competition out there, but it's easier than it was. There's a lot of avenues
Yeah.
open. If you want to do that kind of shit, it's a lot easier, and you don't have to go down the street or whatever.
In Louise's fucking case, she liked to make film and fucking act and be the center of attention, and modern YouTube would have given that to her, and she would have gotten the fans and a boyfriend from that.
Yeah, she could have had a whole channel.
She'd have a channel and talk about stuff, and
Probably not made a fuck ton of money, but
No.
maybe made enough to live on.
she wouldn't have to be hooking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe hooking on the side.
Yeah. But she would have got a boyfriend at least.
You don't make much money off YouTube.
She would have got a boyfriend at least that would have fucking, helped her.
Yeah. It's just sad. It's sad that there
Yeah.
wasn't like a lot of options
Yeah.
for them.
And Louise married a millionaire for a while. But she just couldn't handle it. She quit him. She was married to him, but she
nah.
divorced him. And didn't get anything out of it, evidently.
Well, like I said,
She said it was like marrying a fan. There wasn't anything to it. She didn't,
in a way that kind of
Yeah.
made me like her more because it's
Yeah.
like she's obviously not a gold digger.
No, she wasn't a gold digger. She went out after people's money.
She just thought. I kind of feel like in this was kind of the case with Judy Garland too, and a lot of the people that knew her said this too. It's like her whole life, she was just looking for somebody that loved her for her, and nobody really ever did.
Well, with her background, that never would have happened.
Yeah, and it's like, but she was always looking for that,
Yeah.
and it's like I think she was always looking for that, and it just like never happened for her. It seemed,
Yeah.
and that was like really sad because she seemed like when she was younger, she was super insecure, and she kept getting shit on like by all the studio heads and everything, calling her a hunchback and a fat pig, and oh, he called her that too, little fat pig with pigtails. He called her that too. I forgot about that. But yeah, so he called her all these names, and so she wasn't, when you're fucking 13, man, I can't imagine.
Ridiculous.
That's gonna stay with you forever, like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Because I still remember mean shit that people said to me when I was that age. So it's like
none of that shit they said to her was true, though. They were
no,
just,
of course
they
it
were just
wasn't. But it's like
mind-fucking
you don't know that
They're
when you're
mind-
that age.
her. They're negging her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like you don't know that when you're that age, and that's really
Yeah.
fucked up to do to somebody. That's why they tell you, like, when you have kids, man, like, don't say that kind of shit to them because it stays with them, like, forever.
Yeah.
Like, it'll fuck them up, like, for years and years to come. They'll need therapy.
Yeah.
So, and that's what happened to her. But it's just a sad story all around. But like I said, not entirely sad because she's still a fucking legend.
What's up,
to
Klaus?
this
You
day.
back? He said I could get another beer. Hold on. You back?
He
with
had
the
to
beer?
get another
Yeah,
beer.
yeah. I'm good at the restroom.
He had to get another beer. You know. So yeah. Where's Pokey? Oh, Papa sent us a link. Check that link out. It's a very good version of Over the Rainbow. Ooh, okay. I will listen to that later. That's a great fucking song. I can't believe they're gonna take that out of the movie. Why would you take that out of the movie? I guess because I've seen that movie so many times, and it's like it just seems like such an integral part of the movie, like part of the build-up, like before she goes. And I was like, why would you take that out? But it's like they're like, nah, man. It's like the part where she's in Kansas, it's too long, and it's like it stops the plot and all this other kind of stuff, and they were gonna take it out. But thankfully they did not, because that would have been a horrible, horrible mistake. Because holy crap, what a great fucking song. Like I said, everybody knows that song now. And when did that movie come out? What is it, 2025? 1939? Do the math. That was a long fucking time ago. And people still know that fucking song. Not many people can say that they have something that people remember that many fucking years later. So, yeah, they took out the oh yeah, that's right. I've seen that scene that they took out. It was a good scene, but like, yeah, it probably didn't need to be in there. I could take it or leave it. I mean, it was all right. I don't even remember how long is Wizard of Oz. I haven't watched it in a while. It didn't strike me as being like overly long. You know, I guess because I was entertained all the way through, so it didn't seem like it was long to me. But I did see that scene that they took out. All right, so it's almost midnight,
Oh, it is? Okay, we gotta shut it down then.
so probably we should go. Also, I'm
Yeah.
starving.
You're starving?
Yeah.
Do you want to go get something to eat down at Circle K, or you want me
I
to see what
mean,
I got here?
we might. Well, see what we got here first, and then
I think I might have a half a chicken here still. Rotisserie chicken.
okay, we can eat half a rotisserie
Either
chicken.
that or I'll fucking we'll go up there and get us some sandwiches. Chicken might probably be cheaper because I already bought it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
got them at Sam's.
yeah.
Yeah.
Shut it down then.
Yeah, class is almost midnight. Yeah, it's almost midnight. Class says early morning here. Yeah, we're in
it's a
Florida,
long show.
so yeah,
Long show.
it's like 10 minutes to.
Yeah.
And I probably got to work tomorrow, so you know. What I mean?
But you don't have to commute though. You just work from here.
No, I just work from here.
Yeah.
But I like to get up early and see
Alright.
see what's going on. But I
Alright.
did a lot of shit today. Like I was trying to finish stuff
Yeah.
up. So yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed this show this evening. I actually had a good time doing all the research for this. I knew some of the stuff, but you know, it's always kind of cool to do like a deep dive on something that I kind of halfway sort of knew about. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. We will see you guys again. We're going to do a sidetracks on Friday night as we usually do. And it should be a regular long one this time because I don't think we're going anyplace. I think we're going out Saturday night this weekend because last week we made it kind of shorter because we were going out. And we'll talk about that, our new night on Friday nights that we went to last Friday. That actually ended up being quite successful. So, and it's expanding. There's all kind of new stuff going on with it. So we'll talk about that on the Friday night show because I didn't really know that it was going to blow up that much, but it did. So we'll talk about that a little bit on the Friday night sidetrack show. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. Have a good rest of your evening wherever you are. Have a good day tomorrow, and we'll see you guys again on Friday night. Good night.